Yo. I'm back. I'm back. I'm really sorry. I did start an hour later because I didn't feel that well today, but it seems like I'm doing okay right now. Okay. Let me do this real quick. Nice. Oh. Hi Raven. Hi. What's your name again? No Hawk. Yeah. How are you two doing? And yeah, I'm just a bit done right now. Wait a minute. Okay, that seems fine. Let me. Yeah, it's been. Yeah, I'm doing better. I'm doing better. I felt like in the morning I felt like throwing up, but it seems like I'm doing fine. I hate this. I hate this. But yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive. Let me do that real quick. I need to do something real quick. So I got a couple of videos ready and pretty much also a 3-part video. This is gonna be interesting. Let me change some settings real quick because I don't like how this looks. Okay. This here. Okay, almost. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, aside from that, pretty normal day. I had to make some photos because I need a new yeah. My what is it called? My ID seems to not be up to date anymore, so I need to get that done. Okay, let me switch to this. Let me turn off the music. Let me switch to this. Let me switch to this. Let me turn this off. Perfect. Let me move myself. I think actually this is fine. I think this is fine. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of videos. That I want to get through. This is a 3-part because it finally happened what everybody was asking for, but we should actually get over this first. So John Somali found out once again. Either one of these, I don't know which one is the first one. But yeah, I'll start with this. So Johnny Somali, right, is pretty much how do I put this? Vermin. He is a monkey. Not in the racial sense. He is like acting like a circus monkey, and the world is his circus, pretty much, is what I'm trying to say here. He basically goes around and, he goes to different countries, he misbehaves, he disrespects the culture there, he, disturbs, public peace. He is literally just like... You know when I think when Logan Paul, went into that... you know when Logan Paul went into that suicide forest in Japan? He's this level of disrespectful, just like way worse, pretty much. Yeah, but let's get into this. I do not know what he did. The only thing I knew of that he apparently got his ass beat physically. So yeah, we'll see what happened. Yeah. Let's start. This is another video by Ref Says Desu. Johnny Somali found out once again. He always finds out. Let's get into it. Oh yeah, right. Wait a minute. Did I mute this tab before? I did. Hold up. This is muted. This shouldn't be muted. Okay, now it's fixed. Now let's get into it.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So it looks like we're doing our monthly check on the...
Also tell me if it's too loud or too silent, so I can fix that.
...worst streamer, and that is Johnny Somali. So recently he has been once again effing around and finding out, this time in South Korea, where the law enforcement there have done very little to stop his shenanigans in that country, but the citizens of South Korea are starting to take matters into their own hands. Now, before we look into this clip where Johnny Somali and his friends get attacked by some Korean citizens, let's remind people who...
Yeah, so he also was in Japan, but in Japan they didn't really do anything. Yeah, they just, like, they didn't care. They didn't care at all, apparently. Morning, everyone. Oh, Marcus Blackwell. Has anyone heard of the Catholic Church's new... I don't think it's a VTuber. I think it's more like a anime mascot. I think Luce is how the name is pronounced for her. Yeah, that's really all I know. Though it wasn't really safe, and, like, there's already art of her on Rule 34, apparently. That's what I heard from Twitter. They were pretty quick. No audio, bitch. I fixed it. Chill. That bitch was no offense. I feel like I don't want to know. But yeah, let's continue.
Who Johnny Somali is. He is what is called a nuisance streamer, someone who travels to foreign countries with the main intent of harassing people, threatening people, also breaking the law, doing all these things with the sole intent of getting a reaction out of people for stream content. And he is very famous, or infamous, for his arc in Japan, where he was there way too long until finally he was kicked out after harassing...
Yeah, so I think what happened is he went to Japan, started to harass people there. Eventually they stopped him, and then he was like... There's audio, but it's quieter than your voice. Wait a minute. Can I put it... Let me see if I can turn it up. Let's see if that fixes it. Okay, let's see. Let's see if that's better or not. You tell me. But yeah, they eventually, like, kicked him out of the country. Like, I think permanently. I cannot tell, but I think it was permanently.
Dozens of people, and eventually violating multiple laws, which were the thing that got him finally booted from that country. But since then, he has gone to other places like Israel, where apparently it got a little too hot over there for him, so he has left and now gone to South Korea, where he has continued his antics. Now, a few weeks...
Sorry, but I gotta say this. Yo! Palestine! Why didn't you hit this guy? Just asking.
Weeks ago, I covered an early clip from his stay in South Korea. If you're not subscribed to the alt channel, I'll put a link to it in the description. I add a lot of extra videos over there. But I thought at the time they were handling it right. So here's an example of the security over there responding to Johnny Somali screaming like a lunatic. They follow him. I'm just going to skip forward. You can see the camera panning upside down because they are...
Remember, audio works now? Nice, okay, good. Remember, this retard makes money like this. I don't know who watches him. I think it's just a couple of retards as well, but yeah, he makes money like this. I don't know how he does it, but yeah, there's probably enough people who watch this shit. I think he can also ban somewhere else. I think he can no longer stream on Twitch, that I know of. But again, I have no idea. I think his second channel got banned, if I'm 100% I'm not 100% sure, but I think his second channel was. He wouldn't last a day in Palestine. He'd be dead on the spot if he went against their government since Hamas controls it. Yeah, obviously. But I mean, like, instead of like killing innocent civilians, there is an optimal target right here. Someday, it's just the harsh truth is someday he will do this again, and then he will end up probably dead. Which I think this time it was pretty close, actually.
Carrying him out the door like a little baby. Now, a lot of people, including myself, thought, good, they're handling him over there. They understand the assignment. They're not putting up with his BS. Well, that was wishful thinking because over the past couple of weeks, really the full month since then, law enforcement and security has done very little to stop Johnny Somali, despite interacting with him on a nearly daily basis. And here are some of the most disturbing clips from his arc in South Korea. So, about a week into this month, Johnny Somali started a campaign where he was going around and kissing and fondling Korean comfort women statues. Now, if you're not familiar...
What are Korean comfort women statues? Okay. Different culture, I'm not gonna question. I remember there was another dude that was disrespectful, but it was in the UK. There are a lot of idiots in the world. Yeah. This is one of them. This is clearly one of them.
Familiar with what that is, with extreme caution, search Comfort Woman World War II. And you'll understand why what he's doing is so beyond offensive. Okay, let's play this clip, right? This is the first one where he started this whole set of vile behavior.
Japan hates this thing. Tell them why.
Okay, so I'm not gonna Google that, because I don't know what's gonna come up. But if it's that important, it's like, how are these gates called in Japan? It's pretty much like playing around with that, right? On the same level of disrespect. Kurzik? I don't know how to pronounce that. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yo, Chanel, hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I think it's on that level in this case.
Let me sit down with it. Put it, hold it. Japan hates. Let me sit down with it. I don't know if it's respect to sit here. I stand with the Korean people. Bring it closer to you. Come closer. I stand with the Korean people. I love Korea. And everything that I did in Japan was for the Korean and the Chinese people. Let's go.
So not only is he disrespecting that statue, which has a very dark historical meaning behind it, he's also trying to blame his actions in Japan on some sort of an agenda where he was doing it for the Korean people. So...
somebody's gonna take him out. Someday, somebody's gonna take him out. Korean comfort women statues were statues commissioned to honor women who were slaves to men wanting to do the deed in World War II, Japanese men to be exact. Okay. Yeah, then it's very much disrespectful. Okay. Cool stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. That is very much disrespectful.
That is obviously another example of Japan living rent-free in his head, even though he's been booted out quite some time ago. But he would continue talking about Japan and these comfort women statues with this bizarre clip.
So I got a plan for today. I want to go to the Japanese embassy because I saw that the Koreans were getting mad about that comfort woman statue shit. So I'm like, if I'm leaving soon, we might as well make these niggas, thank you for subscribing. We might as well make these niggas matter. So they gotta, I think the main comfort woman statue is in front of the Japanese embassy.
So, as you can see, this whole campaign is not being bought by anyone, right? So obviously, people in South Korea are very angry about what he's doing, and they caught on to this within a day, right? Obviously, people are feeling very disrespected by Johnny Somali. I mean, go figure, right? But he would, in fact, show up at the embassy, and this is the statue he's referring to. Just listen to the stuff he's saying.
Why would they attack this thing, man? It's beautiful. It's sexy. It's kind of turning me on from right here. Yo, we here at the statue. This shit pissed the Koreans off so much. Yo, chat. I brought the baby oil to this bitch. I brought the baby oil. I was
Eh? I can already tell that he will get his ass beat. I'm surprised nobody in the video have docked on him. I don't know, but like, if you did this here in Germany, you would be known all over Twitter. 100%. You will not. Nah. What the fuck? Yellow? Yo, Marek, how are you doing? We're watching a retard. What the fuck? That's disgusting. It is really disgusting. Also, you're writing what the fuck with a D as well. Interesting. Just wanted to point that out.
gonna beat her ass. I was about to P Diddy her ass.
Eh? I already expected this to have like this, like a small nod to like the Diddy stuff, but I don't know. Ugh.
Yeah, talking about P. Diddying a comfort woman statue, and this one in particular looks like it is a statue of a child victim. So, yeah, if things couldn't get any worse, well, he continues his campaign over here. I'm just going to mute this because I think there's copyrighted music, but he finds another statue and starts fondling it and doing much more than that. And yeah, I'm kind of, you get the point. It's sickening behavior, and it's really even sickening for someone like Johnny Simone.
I cannot say. I cannot say what I think should happen to him. I cannot say this. This is just. You're not a teacher yet. I don't know. This infuriates me.
This seems like an even extra level to his vileness that he's been doing. And on top of that, he's doing a bunch of other ridiculous nonsense, like here, basically crashing someone who's using a microphone on the street, saying more stuff about Japan.
Christ is King, follow Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior. Yes, my nigga, yes. Hallelujah. 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 You're the you get. I should have said Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Yo! Send this man to hell! Thank you.
Oh, damn, I should have said that shit. Oh, one time.
Got the whole squad laughing, dude.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki was a good thing. And you never attack Korea.
Like, the dude has one offensive, low-effort joke, and that's all he's got. It's pretty pathetic, again, how much Japan lives rent-free in his head. He is still seething over the fact that he got kicked out of there, and basically his infinite content loop was finally put to an end in Japan. But here's another clip.
It's also like, why doesn't like do like the platforms that he streams to like pull the plug? I think he can. I think he can no longer stream on YouTube though. That's what I heard. I think everyone is infuriated by this, and you're not not alone in the slightest. This is actually like he can be happy. He's not sitting next to me. I would kick his face.
Again, I have to mute for copyright. Just being a genuine nuisance for no reason. Not funny at all. He's sitting here in a Korean convenience store acting like an annoying spurg for the sake of being an annoying spurg. He's blasting music right here out of the stereo. He's going around making a mess, dumping things everywhere, disrespecting people, throwing...
Did he just throw around instant noodles? Howdy, UMW, how are you doing? Oh, hi, I2, how are you doing? Yeah, he's been banned from YouTube like 5 times now. Can they hardware ban him eventually? I don't know. This is kinda... ugh. He's... Uh...
Food at them, getting up and bothering random people just minding their own business. And this is only like 2 or 3 weeks into the month, and all these things have happened. And you would also crash this music performance going on in the streets. Again, I think there's some copyrighted music in this, but you can just see, like, you don't even need any sort of words audibly to understand that he is being, once again, a public nuisance for the sense or the sake of attention. You can see him eventually getting up on the stage, even though people are trying to politely ask him to leave, but he's going around being a nuisance, causing issues. This would go on for like another.
If he would like storm my my concert, nobody's holding me off and beating his ass. If he streams on Kick, that tells me everything I need to know. Kick is a wretched hive of scum and villainy, mostly. Yeah, but the Twitch is not much better, to be fair. Twitch allows racism and anti-Semitism. They are as bad. They are as bad, actually. And I think actually, if this continues, they have to pull the plug on Twitch also. If something bad happens to him, good. I think he got his ass beat by an ex-military, but I haven't seen that stuff yet.
A couple of minutes, and eventually he would be confronted by some tourists also visiting Korea and basically saying, stay in line. And he would obviously back down instantly, as he always does. But anyways, like I said earlier in this video, unfortunately, law enforcement doesn't seem to be doing much of anything. In fact, as you can see by the headline here, Johnny Somali gets stopped by police again, and they let him go after 7 minutes. And yeah, they keep talking to him. He just kind of weasels his way out, basically by saying, like, I only speak English, and also that I'm here on a visa. And they try to give him a translator. The person on the phone is translating their messages, and it just doesn't matter. It seems like they just don't really know what to do with Johnny Somali. And as we've seen with other places like Japan included, eventually people, they've had enough. And luckily, this time it happened sooner than it did in Japan. And people are starting to fight back against Johnny Somali. You can see the caption here, Johnny Somali gets punched in the face by a random Korean.
Oh, is he gonna play the clip? Please play the clip. Johnny Somali would take the would I really defile this grave with money meme way too literally and amplify it 10 times worse. He is pretty much just like Logan Paul back in the days where he was like in that suicide forest in Japan. Just like way worse. Way worse. That kind of a nuisance.
Dude, and I have to pause before it actually lands because this is YouTube and you can't show that stuff, but I'll show the build up here. So see this guy right here. Keep your eye on this individual.
Trust me, Johnny's. Go to Johnny's stream. We're gonna have a good time.
You can see.
We weren't able to see it, but he walked up fully with the intent of punching him. Oh my god. That was the full intent. Oh, they are throwing hands immediately. Oh my god. He does it for views. That's even more sad. Yeah, and I think you know what's really sad? The people like watching him and like probably donating to him. It's just the same retards, just not active. They're just passively doing damage. That was beautiful. Yeah. Is there a video that shows this fight? I want to see justice. I don't think so. I like there's more. This isn't the only time he got like punched.
See the fist flying right there again.
Trust me, Johnny's. Go to Johnny's stream. We're gonna have a good time.
Connecting right in Johnny Somali's face right there, and clearly it was quite the blow because shortly after you'd see Johnny.
Oh, look at him! Oh, that is a wonderful sight. Oh my god, a wonderful sight.
Somali wearing a patch over his eye covering the injury from that punch, and this was his response to getting punched on stream like that.
I'm not scared. Even Gino said the same thing. If you want to run up, run up. I'm live. If I wasn't scared, I wouldn't be live. I broadcast my live location every fucking day, every night, bro. I don't care. Come get me. Come get me!
Infamous words, come get me, you know where I am. Well, people would follow where he was. So you can actually see this account here, by the way. Cancel Johnny's. This account has been documenting this man like more than any other human being in the universe, and it's a great service. So as the translated caption here says, Johnny Somali and his friend were basically tracked down by a few Koreans, and one guy alone really did all the damage. So again, we're going to have to pause at certain points, but you can see Johnny Somali running down here, right? Watch what happens.
This man is the best example of why bullying is sometimes morally acceptable. He's also very much creating racism. Because people take his, like, the bad experiences they have with him, and they will project this to other black people as well. Take that into consideration.
When he's confronted, he takes off running for his life, running like a coward, and eventually he gets him, and he throws him to the ground and kicks him a few times while he's down on the ground, and then later on, they would confront one of his friends who had a pipe at one point. Again, I really can't show much. You can find these clips for yourself if you want. I'll put a link to this specific one in the description if you want to check out this one and other ones from that account. But essentially, this guy has a pipe, and they disarm him, they get him on the ground, and they're kicking him and holding him down, and even a woman...
They are beating his ass. Oh, this is I'm having way too much fun with this. What is sad is he's only doing this for views. Yeah, he's only doing this for views. That's all he ever does. Kick him in the balls. This is not the first time, right? This is not the first time. He did that in Japan. He did it before that as well. This is not the first time. He always does this. This is his content, his entire content. The fact he says he's not afraid to fight and yet always runs pathetic. It is. Again, I'm also saying that the retards that support this are just as bad.
Standing by, basically plants her boot on his face. It is a very satisfying thing to watch. You know, he has been messing around way too long, and I'm glad that the fuse is very short in South Korea right now. I think they've gotten the impression that their law enforcement security is not doing too much about him. So they're taking matters into their own hands, and honestly, is anyone surprised at this point? And as I'm talking, there's more clips. He's going...
If you want something to be done right, do it yourself. And the Korean population said, we are doing it ourselves. It is interesting to see. It is very interesting to see.
Going around taunting people, trying to get people to come onto his stream and cause more trouble. And again, it's just obnoxious that anyone has to deal with this dude. And yeah, he continues to find out, and I don't think anyone feels sorry for him in that regard. But for now, that's going to do it for the update on Johnny Somali. As always, feel free to...
Okay. So they're beating his ass. There's more ass beating, by the way. There is way more. Reopen Alcatraz. This person is the first one to go. The thing is, like, not only does he seem to be successful, whether he's getting his ass beat or not, he makes money somehow. He also will probably eventually motivate others to do the same. If you know. This has to be somewhat successful, which is why he can keep doing it. But yeah, there's more. There's a part 2 even. There's a part 2.
Hey, what's up, guys?
There's a part 2. Okay, Johnny Somali found out again by says Desu. He can't leave Korea. This is a part 2. There's more. Oh my god. Let's get into it.
Hey, what's up guys, Riv here. So today we're once again talking about the nuisance streamer Johnny Somali. We have some crazy updates regarding his time in South Korea. So after causing national outrage with his exploits, it appears that Johnny Somali has attempted to flee the country. Unfortunately for him, it appears that the police have stopped that, and now he is stuck in Korea, where Koreans, including some streamers, are now circling in on his location like a
They are looking for him! They are looking for his ass. That is insane, dude. He can't leave Korea. They basically put a target on him and said, yeah, get this man out of here. Oh my god. Oh, wow.
game of human capture the flag. So this is bad news for Johnny Somali. Now, before we get into the
Nah, I can't say this. I wanted to make a joke. I can't say this.
actual updates,
I
let's
can't
just
say
talk
it.
about Johnny Somali generally, okay? He has a content cycle, if you will, where he goes over to another country as a nuisance streamer, annoys people to get reactions out of them for content, and eventually he keeps pushing the boundaries further and further, causing more and more controversy to the point where eventually people are confronting him live on his streams, and eventually those confrontations turn into physical attacks on Johnny Somali, and that is the point where he typically leaves the country one way or another. But with this whole South Korean adventure of his, it doesn't look like he's going to have that luxury, at least not as easily as he's had in the past. So to sum up his exploits in South Korea, I covered this in depth.
So pretty much they're not throwing him out. They're keeping him there on purpose. Because, like, Japan, said, nah, you gotta go, but they are keeping him. That's interesting. Johnny Somali documentary would go wild. Yeah, but it's just most of, like, just him getting his ass beat, pretty much. It should be, yes, consequences of your actions. Oh, no! Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions, film documentary, I mean. Yeah, putting it, just like a compilation of him getting punched. That's all I really need.
The other day, if you want a more detailed breakdown, I'll put a link to this video in the description, but to sum it up in 30 seconds, so basically Johnny Somali shows up in South Korea and does his normal antics trying to annoy people and be a public nuisance for content, but eventually the risks would get upped very quickly because he would go out and start kissing and fondling various comfort women statues. This has caused national outrage in Korea, and if you want to know why people would be so offended by that, you can look up comfort women on a Google search or what have you, and you'll very quickly find out why people were so infuriated by what he did. And like I said, it upped the risk very quickly. His little Johnny Somali content cycle, it's already advanced all the way to the physical confrontations in real life, where people on multiple occasions have attacked Johnny Somali, and one...
Look at that. Look at that beautiful punched face. Oh, this makes me actually want to punch him as well. He has such a punchable face. I just want to lovingly drive my fist onto his nose. Just really just like with the pure intention to hurt him. They're gonna kill him, bro. Yeah, seems like it. They're keeping him to beat his ass. Yeah. I don't see a problem. Me neither. Be back later probably. Gonna find more Johnny Somali reaction videos and eat breakfast. Okay. Take care.
One of those attacks has left him with a injury to his face. And in another example here, Johnny Somali and his friend got jumped in the streets, eventually having to literally run for their lives. And at that point, that's where we left things off with my previous video. And there's been a lot of big updates since then. So, number one, Johnny Somali's main YouTube channel has been banned. But not for the content he's been posting himself, but instead because somebody hacked into his account and then started...
So, for his main channel, there we have it again. YouTube does not care as long as they make money. That's just the usual thing for YouTube. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it is harmful YouTube Kids content, animal abuse, these motherfuckers do not care. They will keep them if they make money. I want to give a haymaker on his face. True.
Posting actual poontang, which then would get him a swift suspension. So keep that in mind. It wasn't his actual content. It was only because someone hacked into his account, which is pretty ridiculous for YouTube. But anyways, his exploits, in particular his treatment of those comfort women statues, has developed so much outrage that it's actually gotten the attention of the Korean National Assembly. This is nationwide outrage, getting the attention of very important people and councils. And yeah, he is definitely...
YouTube almost always does nothing. They either do nothing or they just like demonetize and let the harmful content still stay up. That's usually what they do. To be fair, Twitch is not much better with bans that don't make sense, but yeah, it's just like all of these social media platforms handle shit absolutely horribly. This kind of stuff.
To a point where he should be worried about his safety, okay? He has really pushed people's buttons, and Johnny Somali decided it was time to leave Korea. So he posted this on Instagram with a picture of what appears to be a South Korean international airport and saying with the caption, "See you again," implying he's leaving the country. However, things would start to get a little bit confusing when he would upload what is a clearly outdated VOD onto one of his channels. So he's trying to give the impression that he's out of the country, but people quickly picked up on the fact that the content he posted was outdated. So
he tried to bait people and it failed. That is wild. He's not getting out of there. Or a lawsuit. Yeah. He is not getting out of there. There's just no way he gets out of there.
We would also see some examples of people in Korea spotting Johnny Somali on the street, according to this post right here. And eventually, there would be a national news report from NBC News in South Korea reporting on his deeds, including the fact that
the entirety of South Korea knows about him. Police are planning to investigate Johnny Somali to accuse him of drugs and assault. Wait, what? Drugs? That's new. Hello, what are we watching? Hello, here Woko. I still cannot pronounce that. We are watching some Johnny Somali videos, cause yeah, he's a piece of shit. just to keep it simple.
Allegedly, Johnny Somali was stopped by the police. He was trying to leave but was stopped by the police, who were accusing him of various things involving drugs and potential assault of people in the country. So he has been detained, at least according to some people, and there's been also a rumor that the police have been protecting him. I think that's been debunked, but during that time, a lot of people, including some streamers in Korea, were parked outside the related police station waiting for Johnny Somali.
They were spawn camping. They were waiting for him to come out of the police station. That is wild. That is wild. Yeah, such a circle head. Sure.
However, he would snake his way out and find a refuge. He is now in hiding in Korea. He is now stuck in the country where he has basically put a target on his back, and he thought he could leave, but now he's stuck and facing the music. So we're going to watch a little bit of his recent stream. I mean, he just ended this like an hour before recording this. He's deleted some of it, but here's a section of that deleted part of his VOD, and I think this really kind of sums up the entire stream. So let's listen to it for a little bit.
And try to find me. I dare you. You never will. So good fucking luck. That's all I want to say to you guys. And I need to address the Korean media. I want to address JTBC News for defamation against me. Today, JTBC...
Yeah, the defamation. I'll be right back. I gotta get to the phone. I'm back. Somebody locked himself out of the house. I hate this. Anyways, let's continue.
News said that I was guilty of 2 different assault cases. That is not true. I love the Korean police. I respect the Korean police.
If you've seen the clips, you know he's lying through his teeth, but there's a couple things to unpack there.
You know what I also realize? His chin looks like the one of a mouth breather. Yeah. He acts like he has any balls. We all know he doesn't. He will run the second someone comes up to him. He's just a coward. That's pretty much it. He's just a coward.
He is acknowledging that these reports are out there in the South Korean media. And on top of that, he challenges people to find him. I don't understand when this guy's going to find the realization that he's in serious trouble. I mean, there is a literal manhunt for him right now, and he is challenging these people to come find him. And throughout the stream and on social media right now, people are posting any little breadcrumb of a clue that might show his current location. I'm seeing people posting reflections in his phone and things like that, trying to figure out street signs and stuff like that. So he needs to cool it with the dialogue here, because he is really tempting fate with these challenges he's giving these viewers. But let's continue for a little.
They are pretty much now on the lookout for everywhere where he goes. He cannot leave the country, and if he does leave the country, they're gonna catch him on the at the airport. He is not safe anywhere anymore.
A little bit more.
They have treated me very greatly, and I am complying and working with the Korean police in whatever investigations they have. I am not guilty of assault. Yoon Suk-ul, I love you. I love you.
I'm sorry for subjecting you guys to this.
I love you.
I feel grossed out. Thank you.
Chan, you guys only saw me dancing with the statue. And honestly, if I could take it back, I won't. How about that? I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. If you want me to apologize and bow down on my knees and apologize, I refuse. I won't. So what are you going to do about it? You're going to kill me? You're going to kill me? You're going to kill me for dancing with a metal fucking bronze statue? Get fucking...
Yeah, actually, if you continue, they will kill you. One word to describe him, pussy. May I ask what he has done? Why are people literally on the manhunt for him? So to give you a short rundown on who Johnny Somali is, he is a nuisance YouTuber. You could make the comparison to, if you remember what Logan Paul did back then with the whole forest thing, filming a dead person and being like disrespectful in Japan. He is that but 10 times worse. He goes to countries to annoy and harass the people there. He's disrespectful to the culture. He is he throws food at people. He's just generally just like he's acting like a monkey. And now he is in Korea, where he did some disgusting stuff with comfort women statues, which are pretty much like statues to honor women that were like originally like slaves to Japanese men. And yeah, aside from that, he again is disrespectful to the Korean people, and now the Korean people are after him. They have been punching him, they have been assaulting him, just like, yeah, he seems to get what he deserves, pretty much.
Over it.
Yeah, so you can see there, he's making his stand.
And he also currently can't leave the country, because they won't let him leave.
It's very clear. He is not sorry. He is doubling and tripling down on the action that has pissed off an entire nation, a nation that he is currently stuck in. So, like I said earlier, I was watching the live stream, and this is, from my end, you can see my account right here. he had to pull the plug on a good portion of his stream.
Nah, Logan Paul said sorry. He did not. Yeah, obviously, but it's like I said, it's like Logan Paul, but way worse. Because like at least like Logan Paul got his act together. This guy doesn't, because he doesn't learn.
You go to his channel, there's only a small like 15-minute section that is live. The majority of his stream is now private. He had to pull the plug because at one point during the video, his camera would fall to the ground, and as it fell, it revealed the name of a pizza box in his wherever he's staying, which gives a very significant clue as to his current location.
That was a message by God to find this man. That was clearly a message. That was fate. What the fuck?
When you have live streamers literally streaming as they're trying to find his location, people are trying to dig through any detail they can see in the video to find his location. Clearly he was nervous about this, because the second it happened, I couldn't even rewind fast enough in the stream before it was down and privated, meaning you can't really see anything anymore. Even if you can scroll here, you can, well, nope, that's not it. At least some of it's popping him up a little bit, but overall, at this point, you can't see what's on the stream itself unless you already recorded it. But yeah, clearly he was very nervous about what.
Let's say that somebody did the entire let's say somebody did film like record the entire stream, which I assume probably someone did. They probably found his location. First Andrew Tate, now Johnny fucked over by a pizza box. Really? That happened to that happened to Andrew Tate as well? That is wild. I didn't know
what's
that.
going on. And as you can see, he would go back live for about 15 minutes and he would try to downplay everything. He was dancing around like a fool, but every couple of seconds he would take a very nervous look at his phone. And I think he is genuinely scared right now. I think he is pretty worried about his own safety. And you know, like, who feels bad for him right now? He is here on his second channel taunting people, telling them to go find him, and he's doubling down on the things that have made.
I don't feel bad even a little bit. He gets what he deserves, and if he dies doing this, I call this natural selection.
Made an entire nation pissed off at him. He's in hot water and he has no one to blame but himself. So we'll see some updates. I don't know what's going to happen to Johnny Somali here, but if anything does, anything significant, we will have some updates for you. And while this is a scavenger hunt for Johnny Somali, I have a little scavenger hunt for you guys, a reward for making it
okay
this far
put
into the
a code
video.
there.
So as you can see here, the Rev.
Yeah, we're not watching the ad. Sorry, Rev. Yeah, there's a part 3. There is a part 3. There's a part 3.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Let's
Up
get
here.
into the part 3. Johnny Somali is completely fucked. Let's get into it. Let's watch the third part of this entire thing.
So another day and another round of Johnny Somali related updates. So yesterday we went over his nightmarish experience in South Korea, where he is now trapped in the country while people are circling in on his location. And in response to that, he has live streamed himself, challenging people to come and find him. And guess what? They found him. And now he has taken one of his most brutal beatings yet, and it's been caught on camera from multiple angles, and there's really nowhere left for Johnny Somali to run. Now, before we get into those clips and the most recent news involving him, screw it, guys. It's been multiple times.
We are skipping the ad. Sorry, bro.
Pinned comment. So let's go back to Johnny Somali. So we know his story, right? Nuisance streamer who goes to countries to annoy people and eventually gets to the point where people are physically attacking him in public, and then he tries to leave. Well, in South Korea, things are not going according to plan, and his exit plan that he normally goes after is being completely shut down by law enforcement. His experience here was greatly sped up by these related.
Yeah, that P. Diddy joke. That P. Diddy joke was so distasteful. This is still disgusting.
Clips, or he was going around the country and just vandalizing these comfort women statues. He was going up and kissing them, groping them, dancing on them. An extremely offensive thing that caused not just outrage, but national outrage. This was picked up by news outlets in South Korea, as well as members of the government. This is a really, really big deal. And in response to those related actions, it's pretty much on site for Johnny Somali right now. The last couple of days before all this shenanigans, anytime he goes out and live streams his location, he's getting jumped. That's the way it is. And I think Johnny Somali was starting to realize things are getting really bad. Like, he's way in over.
The fake out. The fake out. It was the fake out. I'm leaving. No, you're not. It also wouldn't make, it wouldn't make sense, right, if he posted the picture of the airport, right? Because then people would just wait until he, like, wait for him there, right? This wouldn't have made sense from the get-go.
For his head this time with South Koreans, and he's posted this on Instagram saying goodbye Korea. And as we discussed in yesterday's video, this is a fake attempt to show that he's leaving the country. This is an outdated screenshot from the airport, and this whole thing, his leaving of South Korea, was debunked by MBC News, which is a large broadcast station in South Korea. And they made a series of statements alleging that Johnny Somali, in his attempt to leave the country, was stopped by police who were...
Why does he keep using the North Korean flag? You were expecting him to know the difference? You're expecting him to, like, actually look up what the flag is? I think it's just literally just like to disrespect South Korea even more.
Investigating him for several things, including drugs, harassment, and even some alleged assaults. Now, in response to that, Johnny Somali did the Johnny Somali thing, which is the dumbest thing possible given the circumstances. He went live because I guess he decided in his mind, instead of laying low and trying to just bury his head until he can safely leave the country, he decided to challenge everyone. He decided to go live on his old channel because his main YouTube channel has been suspended. He went into his old channel and did a very ill-advised stream where he not only denied all of the allegations made by the various news outlets, he also...
His second channel is also suspended by now.
Challenged all of the people in Korea, including streamers who are actively looking for him, to come and find him. Just listen to this.
And try to find me. I dare you. You never will. So good fucking luck. That's all I want to say to you guys.
And also later on, he would say that he is not sorry for any of the stuff he's done, including the inappropriate behavior that he did to the comfort women statues across the country. And basically within minutes, he made this statement at the beginning of the stream, and immediately it became Johnny Somali hunting season in Korea.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Johnny Somali season. That is amazing. That's such a good meme. Oh my god. Oh god.
Okay. Many people, including streamers, were looking for every little detail in the stream to determine his possible location. I mean, they were looking at things like the reflection on his phone, but everything would fall apart, and I saw this happen in real time. You can see the stream, or at least a part of his stream, has been taken down and privated, and actually the channel will be suspended as well, as we'll see. But in that moment, the final moments before he shut down the stream temporarily, his phone fell from his tripod, and as it fell, it showed the name on the pizza box he was eating from, which pretty much gave away a very small set of where he might be. And that really sped up things. Now, he would go live again for about 15 minutes, and his demeanor completely changed. It seemed like he was completely screwed. He went through the 5 stages of grief real fast. He was coping, he was seething.
The 5 stages of grief in 15 minutes. That's fast. The acceptance part was him accepting that he will get his ass beat in this case.
He looked sad, he looked nervous, and then he was trying to basically boastfully say, like, I'm ready to be game ended, just bring it on already. but he constantly kept checking his phone, and I think it was his friend Gino, who's also been getting jumped every time he goes outside in South Korea, and I think he realized he's in serious danger, and it appears that after this stream, where we left off last time, he immediately tried to relocate himself or tried to at least leave the area temporarily for his own safety. And now, well, as you can see, if you refresh this page, that channel is gone too, as I said, the old channel. But here is the latest update, and it involves this streamer right here.
Johnny Somali D-Day. Okay, this is interesting.
Who is hot on Johnny Somali's tail for several days now, but he finally got him. So, this man named Yu Lang, I might be mispronouncing that, my bad if I am, but he was able to track down Johnny Somali at the place he's staying at currently, given the context clues from that broadcast he did yesterday. And Johnny Somali also in that live stream said that on Halloween, he was going to go out in public and wear a mask and basically said, come find me. It's like a little scavenger hunt. Well, he was hit early in the morning. Let's watch some of these related clips. Obviously, we can't show everything because it's YouTube, but I'll show you as much as I can. So let's begin with this. So for context in this first clip, this streamer found Johnny Somali at the place he was staying at. I don't know how he exactly approached him, but he went up to him and was following him through the exit of the building.
찍지 말라고. 에이. 찍지 말라고.
야, 수말리. 어디가?
어디가?
어?
어디가?
어디가?
Don't touch my shoe.
어디가?
Don't touch me, nigga.
어?
Huh?
수말리 어디가?
Yes, sir.
어디 가냐고?
You guys following me crazy. Look at you.
어디가?
어디가? What you mean?
And that's where I have to pause it, unfortunately, because shortly after that, this streamer would, with his hand not holding the camera, would punch Johnny Somali in the mouth, and it was...
That's the third time he got his ass beat. And as far as I'm aware, from what I heard, this was a former or is a military guy. So, if the military's onto your ass, I think it's time to go. I think it's time to go, bro. I think it's time to leave.
Quite a blow. So I'm going to give you a different angle of the aftermath. You can see this is Johnny Somali down here on the ground. He was looking in really bad shape after that. Just one punch was enough to really send him. He was bleeding out of his mouth. He had blood smeared all over his face. And on top of that, when he was finally helped up to his feet, he was stumbling around. He looked possibly concussed. He was wobbling around and basically just saying, give me my hat, give me my hat. And he even tried to walk away from the scene, but of course he was stopped by law enforcement, the same set of law enforcement that immediately arrested the streamer who punched him literally within seconds of throwing the punch. But yeah, it was not exactly a great time for Johnny Somali.
As far as I'm aware, the streamer has already been released.
And he also would be eventually arrested as well. But this is another POV from that scene, and this is the streamer being arrested and Johnny Somali also being around and basically keeping his head down. He looks very meek and afraid at this moment, and let's watch some of this clip.
대한민국에서 앞으로 저렇게 소말리 같은 애들 진짜 처리할 거니까 앞으로 대한민국에서 지랄하지 마. 알겠지? 소말리.
As translated, what he's saying here, by the way, is saying that from now on, people like Johnny Somali, when they come to Korea and act the way they do, people like him are going to deal with them.
이름이죠, 그분. 아니에요, 몰라요, 몰라. Somali, say something. Say. Somali, say. Just say.
경찰관 밀치지 마세요.
저 아무것도 안 해요. 얘기하라는 거예요, 제.
And you can see now they're escorting him into the back of a police car. And eventually he'd go in, right, and it appears based on context that he was at least detained shortly. It seems like he is back out in the public somewhere. And we can say that because he has been actively tweeting on an account that seems to be his. But on top of that, if you're wondering what happened to this YouTuber, well, he's doing just fine. He's also been released.
See, this is the military guy. Like I said, so pretty much Korean okay, who served in the Korean military UDT Navy SEALs is free and was just live talking about Johnny Somali incident. He was getting non-stop donations and TTS. This man is a hero. Love to see it. Oh my god. Wow.
After everything, and he is getting a never-ending stream of donations as he's live on YouTube because people around the world, but mainly Koreans, are very appreciative of what he did. And this is just a very bizarre situation where now we see Johnny Somali on yet another account. I'm pretty positive this is actually him, and he's doing everything in his power to keep this going. But man, the one thing a lot of people don't really realize is how much this guy really messed up the experience for a lot of tourists in South Korea. He's giving such a bad reputation. A lot of people are doing the same in Japan. Johnny Somali helped contribute to that, but other people in Japan, tourists, have been also messing up the reputation of tourists generally because of their ridiculous behavior. And Johnny Somali is doing just that in Korea and making a lot of people very hesitant.
Especially tourists who are who are black. Especially that. It's just like, yeah, he's just gonna push everything, make everything worse. That's his job.
Hesitant to allow tourists to walk around the country because they think they're going to act like Johnny Somali, and that's really a shame. And it appears that Johnny Somali is trying to do several things. First of all, he is accusing Dexerto of defamation for their article covering the situation, saying he was never charged with assaulting anyone. This is a warning to remove this post and article, or I will pursue legal action. You've slandered my name for too long. Now, if you remember a few months ago, he did the same thing to PewDiePie. PewDiePie made a video basically saying these annoying YouTubers don't belong in Japan, and Johnny Somali was one of the examples, even though PewDiePie censored out his name at every given turn. But in response to that, Johnny Somali said he was going to sue Felix. And of course, big words, no actual action. He never brought any sort of a lawsuit, so I doubt he's going to in this situation too. It's just another act of desperation. And it appears that Johnny Somali has created yet another channel, which I would...
Yeah, that channel's not surviving for long. It's like, I don't see, like, the point anymore, right? Because, like, how is he supposed to generate any income at this point? I guess there's a website in there, but, like, it's just weird.
Presume is not going to last very long. This is the third YouTube channel he is attempting at. Just for the hell of it, I'm going to reload this. Let's see. It's still alive. It has not been taken down yet, but I would probably say its time is numbered here. But
there's 303 subscribers. I will find you.
Yeah, I think that's going to do it for the latest update on Johnny Somali. It is probably a very terrifying experience for him in Korea right now. He is on site. Like I said, he's got streamers tracking him down everywhere he goes, and these people are angry. And he has handled this in the worst way possible. Yes, he created a lot of self-deserved controversy with the ridiculous and offensive actions he's been doing. But on top of that, he doubled down and then smugly just challenged everyone to come and find him. What did he think was going to happen? And this is the disastrous set of results, and nobody, and I mean nobody, feels sorry for Johnny Somali. And if he had any concern for his own safety, right now he will stop this shenanigans, keep his head low, and just wait until he's finally kicked out of the country or finds some way to leave. Because right now, his existence is in jeopardy in Korea. He's going to have a very hard time no matter where he goes. So keeping his head down is the only thing he can do to really save himself at this point. But for now, that's going to do it for this video.
That was the full entire Johnny Somali situation on in South Korea. I mean, he can still escape. You know, it's an island. You can still use a boat. It's just like, one day, like I said, one day he will do something that will infuriate somebody so much that they will kill him. But if he learns the lesson that way, I guess he'll learn it in the afterlife, I guess. There's not much to say about this. Yeah. It is catastrophic. It is really catastrophic, this guy. Oh my god. It's just, ugh. This is what I consider vermin. Okay, I gotta take a quick break. I gotta go check my dog, cause she's howling and she usually doesn't do that. I'll check on her real quick, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm back. She was just howling because she was alone. She's not with my mom. Yeah, I cannot let my dog be alone because she'll complain. She'll complain. Wait for me to return, then react to the one I send. Well, I would only react to the 2-minute clip. I'm not gonna react to the 1 hour thing because first of all, I do not know what about stuff about copyright. I would first need to check if that stuff is copyrighted first of all, because I don't want to be hit with that, because that can quickly turn into a strike. I don't like that. I would like to avoid that. But for now, I want to go into this video.
Hello, everyone.
Another shoe on head video. Yeah, at this point a regular. Also, she wanted to make at one point a video about VTubers. I wonder if she's still making that one. This is a video by Shoe on Head. The man problem. Why are men moving right? Very simple. Let's get into it. So before we start the video, actually, let me do this. Before I start the video, here's my opinion, right, on why men are moving towards the right. It's very simple. If you say that I'm bad, and I'll always be bad, and I'm supposed to be, as a man, to be a better woman, I'm going to move towards where I'm liked. And if the left is actively hostile towards men, men are going to move to the right, and more men are moving to the right. Here in Germany, men are going to be getting more conservative, which originally, when we look back at the data, women were the ones who were even more conservative than men. How to turn tables. It's interesting, and when you look back, also, which is interesting, there weren't that many conservative young men, but more young men are moving towards the right. South Korea would be one of those where women are very, very leftist and men are very, very conservative, which then creates a huge issue with birth rates. But that's for another video and a different problem. But yeah, men are moving towards the right because we are not liked on the left. And the left cannot seem to organically produce masculinity. I think that's also a big problem. Let's get into it.
Hello everyone, and happy 1-year anniversary to my male loneliness epidemic video. I'm happy to announce that since
I reacted to that. It's been a year that was out. That's interesting. Well, I just started VTubing about 6 months ago, so it kind of makes sense.
Since that video uploaded, the discourse has greatly improved. People all around the world are taking men's issues more seriously, and the gender war has finally come to an end.
That's bait. That's straight up bait. We all know it's bait. That's what she would like to say, but it's not the truth. That is not, unfortunately, not the truth. If anything, things got worse.
Just kidding, everything has gotten worse and nobody has learned anything. From the witches on The View cackling about how men are useless.
Do we need men?
Men are useless.
To women online saying they'd rather be stranded in the woods with a bear than a man.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
The bear. Bear. It seems that things have gotten more toxic than ever.
So, the women saying men are useless, you should probably take off your clothes right now, because they were probably made either like by hand and with child slavery by a boy, or they were made in a machine that was originally made by men. So, take off your clothes, run around naked. There's no escaping. And to the women preferring bears, go get your bear, girl. At this point, again, it's just natural selection. Just die, I guess.
And the gender divide couldn't be any wider, especially politically.
In 2008, 58% of young people leaned Democratic. 2012, 53%. And in the last 2 major election years, that percentage held steady at 55%. But in 2023, that number dipped below 50% for the first time since 2005. And you'll notice right here, they've started to lean more Republican. And that's partly because of one specific group: young men.
Okay, I know I said I was gonna focus on the gender war and not talk about politics for a while. However, I found a loophole. Politics is talking about gender war. With this election being hailed by the media as the man versus woman election, according to any and all data coming out recently, men all around—
Look at that. Look at that. So we have South Korea as the worst divide ever. The US following. Germany, my country, very much following. Very much, because our Conservative Party has gone extremely up by not only young men, but also young women. It's actually both here, for some funny reason. And the UK also. But it's still far more liberal than I actually expected. Maybe the knife attacks did do something, I guess.
Around the world have shifted more right, and women have shifted more left. But women going more left was not the focus of this month's outrage. The outrage, of course, was about men. That's right, we got our yearly, oh no, what is happening to men? Why are they moving to the right freak out? But unlike last year, this freak out isn't solely happening on the internet, no. It's also happening in Washington, D.C.
There are only 46 days until Election Day, and the Harris-Walz campaign is struggling to appeal to a group of voters that could determine the outcome of the election, and that is men.
The Harris campaign is making an aggressive last-minute effort to win over younger male voters.
And you know how they want to win over younger male voters? With porn. I'm not kidding. I've seen 2 porn ads by the Democrats. One where they're gonna ban pornography, interestingly enough, and one where they like remove abortion. So one is like a dude. making things with his wiener, and then like the quote unquote Republican takes away like his phone, so he can't watch any adult videos anymore, and the other one is like two people sleeping with each other, and one taking away the morning after pill or whatever that was. It's really weird. You're not gonna get men with that. What the hell are you talking about?
Am I really gonna make a video criticizing the Democrat Party days before the election? Of course I am! Now before you celebrate or grab your pitchforks, this is not a pro-Trump video. This is a do better video. This is a mommy's not mad, she's disappointed video. Actually, I lied. Mommy's pretty mad. In this video, I am going to be addressing the Democrats' so-called man problem.
Really? Mommy shoe on head? Can't get worse. It can't get worse from here on out.
The recent discourse about men moving right, the last-minute pandering the Democratic Party is doing to get them back, what they could be doing instead, and of course going over some terrible opinions. Not my opinions. I have never had a bad opinion in my life.
It's just like, I don't know. I mean, isn't it obvious? You should watch Rat Boy Genius Streams Minecraft after this. I don't know, Minecraft isn't really my thing. I still believe I can take it on a bear. No, you can't take on a bear! Maybe a black bear if you really tried. Cat, stop the spamming with emojis or I will time you out. Just a little heads up.
Except that one opinion. We don't talk about that one opinion. In a world where it seems like everything men do and like is toxic, from eating meat to working out to even having a beard. Oh wait, that reminds me.
It's not Minecraft gameplay. What is it then? Explain. Also, my beard is sexist. That's actually pretty good. Never mind. I'll grow him even longer.
Before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's video sponsor, Henson Shaving. If you've used a multi-blade razor, you're probably familiar with this story. Irritation, razor burns, and maybe even ingrown hair. Studies show 2/3 of men experience some form of irritation after shaving. It's something they just expect at this point. They deal with overpriced blades, irritated skin, and think that's just the way it has to be. Until now. Henson Shaving is on a mission to improve shaving with real innovation and
I am not taking the shaving ad. It just says Minecraft in the background. What are the videos about? That's the most important part.
The internet and society in general's growing and widely accepted hatred of men. This has been happening for a very long time. And if you dare spoke up about it, you were called an incel or a pick-me, depending on your gender. But seemingly
yeah, the problem is that they're also calling married men incels. And men who have children incels. What? So yeah, and pick-me, I mean... They should look for a new word because this age is old.
Almost out of nowhere, there has been a change of heart.
You know, I think men are in crisis actually in this country. I think that plays out different ways, but I think we need to have a real conversation about that.
Wow, that's interesting. Mainstream.
That is out of context. That is out of context because she said something additionally, which was kind of demeaning. Like men are the problem, that men are facing the crisis. It's like, again, I saw the full clip somewhere. It was not that much better. At least she's realizing men are in crisis. You'll get used to that character animation after the third episode. I always have to look like, what does that have with like I also always have to take a look at like copyright and stuff.
Media talking about this? I wonder why they care so much now. Democrats fear Harris losing too many male voters to Trump. Oh. Signs have been mounting that, for the first time in recent decades, Democrats may lose majority support from young men in 2024. The risk to Democrats is that this is not just a one-time...
The problem is they're also losing, they're also losing Mexican and black voters, which is interesting to see. Now, the copyright is good. I don't know. Maybe I'll look into it.
Time fluke, but an indication of growing trouble with men in coming elections. Democrats can celebrate the support they are getting from young women, but they also need to take the disaffection of young men seriously, engage them directly, and respond to the visions of manhood and masculinity that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are offering. Alright, Kamala, you got 2 weeks to reverse anti-male propaganda and resentment fueled by our government, media, and institutions. How you gonna do it? Harris campaign creating space for white dudes. Oh, that's a great idea. I mean, a little too late, but I'm glad you're finally doing to be honest about role in history. Oh. It's always a space for white men to talk about how much they suck.
What made you start this group, White Dudes for Harris? And I suspect some of it has to do with the polling.
Yeah, for far too long, the left has essentially ceded white men to the MAGA right. There's large parts of the left who have gone out of their way to alienate white men over the last couple of years, and that's understandable in many ways. We decided...
Understandable? Oh no! Pushing back the majority of my country, alienating them, has bad consequences for me. Who would have guessed? Oh no, well, the actions of my own consequences.
That we wanted to create space for white men to be a part of electing Vice President Harris.
At the top of the call, White Dudes for Harris organizer Ross Morales Roquito said he wanted to address what he called the elephant in the room, criticism surrounding an event organized for white men given the country's history of racism.
I don't know if some of you, I don't think I can show that ad, but there was this ad like White Dudes for Harris, which was like really, really weird. It was really, really weird. It was really weird. Like, that was the most, like, secondhand embarrassment thing ever. Chocolate with almonds? I mean, that sounds okay. Sounds good.
A lot of people felt uncomfortable about the call, he said. Throughout American history, when white men organized, it was often with pointy hats on. They can't even have their gay little Zoom call where they circle jerk about hating themselves without their own movement going, yikes! A bunch of white males in one space? Seems kinda like the KKK. Black people can have their little groups and that's fine, but if a
Yeah, because we don't face the same standards. Men and women don't face the same standards. White people and black people don't. It's rules for thee, but not for me. Can people stop making spaces? Just be normal and live your life. The problem is, like, spaces are not like created like artificially, right? It's like, how to put this? When a bunch of men like to play shooters, that is already by itself like a space, like a community, right? Space is, I don't like to use the word space. It's pretty much just community, right? It's pretty much just a community. And they don't like when a community, for example, is the majority is men, the majority is white, the majority is Asian even. They don't like that. Everything has to be for everybody. That's not how it works, though. Especially things are already created in a way where they are targeted to one group. Gears of War would be one of those, where the male player base got heavily alienated.
a bunch of white people get together, well, that's just called BreadTube. Never mind. White Dudes for Harris. I mean, she's doing pretty bad with Latinos, too. What's next? Hombres con Harris? Oh. So basically, men are leaving the Democratic Party in droves, and it's not looking too good for the Democrats. So it wasn't long until everyone's favorite discourse hit Twitter again. If Kamala loses, which is very possible, there needs to be a real discussion about how Democrats speak to and reach young men. If Kamala loses. If she wins, there doesn't have to be a discussion. We shouldn't change anything. Clearly, we're doing everything right. To be clear...
Very much, very much. Very much. I just hope she doesn't win. I just hope she doesn't win. And honestly, it'd be funny to see it just because it would be funny to see Democrats seething on the internet.
I'm not saying we need to worry about women less or change any positions. I'm saying the polling around young men is concerning, and if it turns out to be true, we need to have a discussion about how condescending we are coming off to a huge part of the electorate. To be clear, I'm not saying we have to change anything, I'm just wondering why men aren't voting for us. What?
The things it's just, if you don't change anything, then this can be turned pretty quickly around. Remember, most revolutions were started by men who eventually had nothing to lose, and you don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that. We have seen it in the past throughout history, that this will end pretty badly. I'm European, but I'm picking Trump. We need more walls. We just put all, like, the human aspects aside. The world needs somebody who knows how to run a country. And a country's pretty much just a business at this point. Screw everything that happens outside of my country right now. First of all, fix your own country before you even think about fixing anybody else. I feel like it's risky to post about politics, so you and this girl are pretty brave. The thing is just, I don't care, right? Because, like, I've heard all the things. I've been called a bigot, a racist, a homophobe. I've heard all of these. I'm none of these things, but I've heard all of them, and at this point I'm just like, yes. Because, like, I'm playing into it. I don't care anymore. These buzzwords don't mean anything. You took all the meaning from them. What are women and men define? Biological male, biological female. That is man and woman. Very simple. And a trans woman is not a woman. A trans woman is a trans woman. And a trans man is not a man. He's a trans man. I take these definitions, and that'll be it. Whatever else, you can cry. I don't care. There's only one race, the human race. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. Biologically speaking, we are not different. That's just how it is. I mean, some are different, right? Some are different. Some people have Neanderthal DNA in them. Some of them.
I am gonna regret posting this so hard. And oh boy did he! The replies were insane, to say the least. I must admit, I cringed reading most of this. I feel that one thing you didn't address is the systemic entitlement bestowed upon white men in the US. That sense of entitlement, that privilege they felt for eternity, is eroding. Systemic entitlement they have felt for eternity? They're like 22 years old! The f*** do you mean eternity? Who is this, like, 200-year-old?
They cannot comprehend the fact that it is not all men, it is not all women, it is the people in power, and it doesn't matter where they come from. Because also there are some horrible women right now in leading positions. It's like, why do they specifically say white men? Because, you know, black men are innocent, Asian men are also innocent. South American men are also innocent. It's just white men. Always evil. I got black friends, but I'm white, so we are the same almost. It's just like, it makes that differentiation makes no sense, right? Because there's a lot more black men out there who are also very leaning towards the right. Also, it's not just young white boys. It is also young black boys who start to vote for people on the right. More and more. It's just like weird.
old man. So, young men are snowflakes with hurt fifis because they're not the center of attention anymore. Got it. So, are they poor little snowflakes, boo-hoo, or are they scary fascists that are gonna turn America into the Handmaid's Tale? Because they can't be both.
They cannot decide on what they are. They just can't. That's just how it is. It's interesting to see how, like, I am more confronted with racism than some of the black friends I have, which is very interesting to see. It is like, or like, not friends, like people that I know. It is very interesting to see. It is very interesting to see.
You either care about the future, or you don't. You cannot simultaneously hand-wave away men moving to fascism, but also fearmonger about it. Hi, man here. Maybe men just need to stop being absolute pieces of dog shit. It seems like the easiest thing to do, right? I don't feel-
I hate the self-hating male feminists. I hate these motherfuckers. Grow some balls, please. Please grow some balls. Get a little bit of testosterone, thank you. Every man has the same problem in their depressing life. Kinda.
feel alienated or uncomfortable with democratic messaging because I'm not a complete wannabe fascist cheese dick incel loser who thinks he's the good guy. Reddit and its consequences have been a disaster for the male race. They just need to get off their asses, stop playing video games, and get real jobs. First of all,
most of them can't even get a real job because there's no jobs. And that was also created by the Democrats.
First of all, what real jobs? These guys are coming out of college with useless diplomas and there are no jobs. Also, what an out-of-touch boomer-ass take. Get off your ass and stop playing those video games from the generation who watches TV 24/7. I don't want to hear it. Tell them to get therapy. Tell them whatever you told or gave to women in the 1950s. They made this bed, let them sleep alone in it.
Tell them to get therapy. The problem is that therapy for men does not work because we have different needs. That's just the harsh truth. That's a lot of the reason why men go to a therapist, because a lot of therapists are also women. If you want therapy to like really effectively work for men, you need to change the entire thing. And that's not going to happen. Define job. Something you do to get money. Something morally okay you do to get money, because some things could be then considered a job, right? like being a prostitute or something.
Or be f***ing better men. Any other group of people and it's, oh, boo-hoo, poor baby, let me rewire all of society so your feelings aren't hurt. And then with men it's, get therapy. Be f***ing better. While there is truth in messaging needs to be better from Democrats as a whole, I reject that telling young men they need to be better is the problem. They are trash in their nature, and if they can't do the work to not be toxic waste of seed,
that is why they're not voting Democrats. That is why they're not voting. That is the exact messaging why they are not voting Democrats. If you tell me constantly that I suck and I'm the problem, then I will go to the side who does not tell me I suck and I'm the problem. It is very simple. Look in the mirror, bro. Then what is a real job? Good question.
that's on them. Vote for my team, by the way. We may not want to hear it, but this is what the data reflects. There is a massive loneliness epidemic in this country, which is disproportionately affecting men. Instead of calling them incels or mocking them, we should be willing to hear out their concerns. Wow, a surprisingly good tweet in a sea of bullshit. That's nice to see. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming you're a straight white man, so yeah, go do something about it. Why are you guys bothering the rest of us with this? I can't figure it out.
We are doing something. We're voting conservative. Very simple. We are doing something. We are helping ourselves. We're voting conservative. Really simple. then YouTube is a real job. Of course, it can be a real job when you make money for it. It can be.
Because I would like for Democrats to win the election. Why do you care about men suffering? Because I want to win the election. Amazing. This is the issue right here. Start seeing men as people and not numbers in polls.
That is exactly what he did, though. He only wants to list men to appeal to them so they can win the elections. So it is just a numbers game. What are you saying, Shu?
That is step one. You can't even do step one. Anyway, there were thousands of these kind of tweets in response to this guy. You get it. We've seen it all before. If I went through all of them, this video would be 3 hours long. White dudes for Harris wasn't the only strange attempt the Democrats threw out at the last second to get the male vote.
Hey, white dudes. So, I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse.
Are you f***ing kidding me? Years of these people saying men suck and are the problem, and now they're like, hey fellow men, are you sick of being told you suck and are the problem? The audacity! Apparently, Kamala Harris has a secret weapon to win over male voters.
Kamala Harris is turning to her running mate, Tim.
What am I even watching at this point? What kind of shit show is this? Is this a woman or a man in disguise? Shu is a woman. Shu is a woman. People can confirm because there are nudes flying around of her because she got I think she got hacked and the stuff got leaked. It is out there. We can confirm.
Walls, hoping he is the secret weapon who can chip away at Donald Trump's support from men.
Much like how Trump chose Pence to win over the more establishment Republican voters, Kamala seems to have chosen Tim Walz to try and win over the white male vote. And boy are they trying. Now I don't hate Tim Walz, in fact I was pleasantly surprised when they chose him over Josh Shapiro. I like a lot of his policies, like his universal school lunch policy. That's an amazing policy, you'd have to be an insane freak to disagree with that. Or a libertarian. But I repeat myself. And there were a few times where he was speaking where I completely forgot he was running to be Kamala's VP and not president himself. And he actually brought a lot of energy to the—
She knows too much. You know too much about her. I just recently found this out. That apparently, like, she got, like, hacked or something like that. And, like, her private stuff got leaked. It is very, very interesting. These things are still flying around. That's new. That was new information to me. I just learned that like 2 months ago, maybe. I don't have a crush on Shu. Also, she's married. What?
The Democratic stage for once. So what the f*** was this? Putting out a bunch of ads of Tim Walz changing the air filter in a car, clumsily shooting a gun, and drawing a political football play-by-play. Trotting out Walz like some kind of minstrel show of a white man. Like a man dressing up like a man for Halloween. You don't gotta do all this, bro, I promise you. And they don't shy away about how that's exactly what they are trying to do. Tim Walz is clearly a Midwest man's man, but he's the antidote to toxic MAGA masculinity. Despite his typically masculine resume as a Midwestern football coach and veteran, Walz—
They can't even define toxic masculinity. They can't do that. I still, after all these years, I still don't know what it means. Because it's like some like artificially created bullshit term that nobody really knows what it even is. What is toxic masculinity? What is that? Define it for me. I still haven't heard a good, like, non-philosophical, like, like definition.
Walz is utilizing those qualities to push forward a more progressive, compassion-based form of masculinity. Part of being a vice president is understanding that you are just that, someone who is there to aid and support the president. Walz simply being there on the ticket with a woman and taking a back seat to his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, is him embracing his leadership role in a positive, masculine way. Football coach and cheerleader, how Tim Walz is defining masculinity. Amy Deal, a sexism researcher and author.
We have sexism researchers. This is boring. Not to me. I like this. I like this kind of stuff.
Of the 2023 book Glass Walls, told USA Today that men like Walls who are intentional about rejecting traits and beliefs commonly dubbed as toxic masculinity are the tonic to harmful stigma associated with expectations of men and boys. He shows you can be masculine but also not threatened by women as equals or women who are in positions of power. In fact, you can be cheerleaders for them. Notice the common theme here: taking a back seat, cheerleading. Like 5 different articles I read specifically use this word cheerleading. Even a few about Kamala Harris's husband, Doug. God knows we need an antidote for all the lousy men in the news, and I think I found one. A lovable goofball who is happy to cheerlead for his wife, the Vice President of the US. Thank God for Doug Emhoff. Successful guys can support their wives and be respected. You don't have to be the quarterback to play the game at an elite level. Emhoff and his breed of dudes who are giving it their best shot may never be as come hither to lost young men as the militant Andrew Tate models of manhood, but they are out there, and, not unlike good husbands, will appear when they are needed. From the outside looking in, the right promises young men a return to the good times, of the glorious past. You know, the one your grandfather had. The Coca-Cola ad rose-tinted version of the past. Back when you can afford a house and support a family.
You cannot afford a house. You will not be able to have a family in the United States if the Democrats still are in power. Because for the last 16 years, they have run this country into the ground. It wasn't the Republicans. It wasn't like the Trump period. No, not whatsoever. When we look at the data, that can simply not be true, because everything was cheaper under Trump. So, and the world was at peace. The world was at peace. So there's that. You check my playlist. That is not possible because it's private. So you cannot check that. Yeah, what's up, Jacob? Well, I'm doing okay now. I didn't do so well in the morning though.
On one income, while the left, which historically, in my opinion, had the policies to make that happen, are instead trying to sell men a vision of the future. And well, the future is female. A future where you're no longer playing the game, men. You're on the sidelines being a cheerleader. Doesn't that just sound so exciting? Like, what the hell is going on inside these DNC
This dynamic has completely fucked up the male-female dynamic. Because of that, boys and men fall back. Women are doing better, which means there's also more job opportunities for women. Women make most money. The result will be there's less men for women. There's more single men and more single women, because single women won't date men who have less to offer than them, and so that way you completely fuck up the entire dynamic of finding a partner. Interesting. If you sideline men, you need to teach women to take men who have less than them. You are not doing that.
consultant meetings. I really gotta know. Does anyone have any ideas on how to appeal to young men? And please, for the love of God, do not say we have to offer them anything or change in any way. I got it. What? Camo hats. We did that. Vasectomy bus. We did that. Have you perhaps tried nagging them? Yeah.
Let me go back. What the fuck?
I got it. What? Camo hats. We did that. Vasectomy bus. We did.
Beep beep healthcare no matter where. Chicago, we're headed your way to provide free vasectomies and abortions. What? Yeah, just make me completely impotent. Let's just have me have no kids. Why not? Men! Men! Don't get a vasectomy. Thank you. The right told us to get vasectomies. No. The left is telling us to get vasectomies. No. Don't do it.
Did that. Have you perhaps tried nagging them? Yes, we've been doing that. Say, you know that whole male loneliness epidemic thing? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh yeah.
A really nice place. Have you been here before?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I bring everybody here.
I said not go on a lot of dates, but
I had a bad headache last night. Oh, I hope you're doing better. Hope you're doing better. Maybe that's why I can't find a wife. I'm not voting often enough. Of course, that makes sense, right? Sure.
Hey men, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, women won't you. Brilliant. Young men should know that if you vote for Trump, you're basically never going to get laid.
They're not getting laid now either, so it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Might as well vote for Trump.
I mean, is it incorrect? Don't think so. Trump gives girls the ick. Vote Harris, get laid. They are not beating the pretending to be progressive to get laid allegations with this one. Literally just endorsing woke fishing. When men pretend to be more progressive on dating apps to get laid. Do not do this, by the way. Be open and honest about your opinions. And no, you cannot fix them. Also, pretty weird.
I can fix a liberal woman. I can do it. I believe in myself. No. I can fix it. I can fix her.
And like low-key sexist to imply like women are some prize for voting the correct way. Hey, and if all else fails, go after the Gooner vote.
Yeah, that was the ad.
Oh! Sorry, you can't do that.
What the hell, man? How'd you get in here?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're banning porn nationwide.
That'd be actually based. I know they wouldn't be able to pull that off because you'd actually make stuff worse, right? Because like you'd have then the black market, which just creates more trafficking. So maybe not a good idea. What do? I can't vote for the president of America. Me neither. I guess I'm gonna vote for our conservative party. I was doing it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. I love this ad. The one time they speak to men directly, and it's, hey men, the Republicans are gonna take away one of the only vices you use to numb the pain. So vote for us.
I couldn't deal with a liberal man. I couldn't deal with a liberal woman just as much. It's just like, ugh. I'm gonna say it. Pornography is a psyop, and you not wanting to have a family. Don't watch it.
Bleak. Just the absolute state of the world right now. Also, was that Germa? Believe it or not, this wasn't the worst of it.
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a man, man.
And I'm man enough.
That's the ad I was talking about. You said you could fix her? Yeah, but like deal with a liberal woman and fixing a liberal woman are two different things, right? One I can't do, and the other one I'll just put in the basement and wait until she finally accepts tradition.
Man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat. Man enough to cook my steak rare.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast.
I'll tell you another thing I sure as shit am not afraid of. Women.
When I first saw this, I thought it was a parody created by Republicans to make fun of how hard the Democratic Party is.
Men are afraid of women, though. Men are afraid of women, though, so that is that. Also, yeah, this is pretty much the most cringe ad I've ever seen. This is bad. This is really bad.
Trying to pander to men to get their vote. But alas.
I love women. I love women who support their families. Women who decide not to have families.
Women who take charge.
And I'm man enough to help them win.
Everything from them directed towards men has to have like this tone of irony or self-deprecation. They can't even do it sincerely. But apparently, white men aren't the only demographic Kamala is struggling with.
This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 40.
Holy! Holy! Yo! That's a drop off. That's about... From 2012 to 2024, that's about... That's 40 points! I think you can only convince people that are willing to listen to other opinions. Yeah. Or you brainwash them. Either way. Works.
5 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already. And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
Because black men are waking up and realizing that they do no longer want to be victims. Because that is what the Democratic Party does. That's what the left does. Gay, you're a victim. Trans, you're a victim. Black, you're a victim. Mexican, you're a victim. People are no longer buying this mentality. It sucks. It makes you feel miserable. Because, like, you're never gonna grow if somebody tells you all the time you're a victim. Because you're putting your failures also on others, because you're a victim. People aren't buying it any longer.
Democrats deployed their ultimate weapon, Barack Obama. At a campaign stump for Harris on Thursday in Pittsburgh, Obama said that despite Harris raising upward of $1 billion, we have yet to see the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. That lag in energy, he added, appears, quote, to be more pronounced with the brothers. You're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that, he said, because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman for president, and you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. Once again, their only tactic seems to be getting in a man's face and going tisk tisk bad.
Is it men having a problem with a woman being a president? We had a female chancellor in Germany for 16 years. And she was doing a pretty good job up until 2015. But I think that a lot of things went wrong in 2015 where she did not have any control over. Or is it not that the president is going to be a woman, but the president has no good qualities? She has not achieved anything. She failed at the border. She had enough power to also convince Joe Biden to change some things. She did not. We have proof that she will not be a good leader.
Boy, like a dog that just peed on the carpet. It's not 2014 anymore, Brock. Nobody cares about sexism, motherfucker. We can't afford groceries. What's crazy is, as far as I know, Kamala herself has never played the woman card. She has never played the sexism card. In fact, she actively pushes against it.
You've been reluctant to lean into, to talk about the historic nature of your candidacy on the campaign trail. Why is that?
Well, I'm clearly a woman. I don't need to point that out to anyone. The point that most people really care about is, can you do the job? And do you have a plan to actually focus on them?
I was proud. It's like they finally learned from Hillary Clinton's failure. But that didn't stop the media or Barack Obama from doing...
Yeah, on the side, when you look at it from the other side, why does she have to do it if others are doing it for her already? There's no reason for her to do that. Maybe she also doesn't want to be put into like a victim position, which in this case I can't understand. I don't care what gender you are. Just make good laws and I wouldn't care. Me neither. Just take care of your country. And I don't fucking care what you are, who you sleep with. Take care of your people. Do what your people want. That is your job as a person in the government. Very simple.
doing it for her. Thanks, Obama. For all the Zoomers, thanks, Obama was a meme in like 2008. Yeah, it was funny back then. That would have slapped. While I was writing this video, Kamala and Gretchen Whitmer were getting ready to film a video at a bar together when Kamala was apparently caught on hot mic saying this.
Yeah. Oh, we have microphones and I was listening to everything. I didn't realize.
Caught in 4K. Have you also seen the scary clip of her saying that she can just like with a little writing of a pen put people in jail? She sounded so creepy saying that. This woman is creepy also. It's not only that, she's also very creepy.
Okay. So, well,
You'll
now you
bleep
tell
my
us.
F words.
We just told all the family secrets. Shit.
We need to move ground with men, so what we're gonna do is pretend to drink beer at a bar. Men like beer, right?
Cheers.
Just talk about policy. Just be yourself. Just listen to men and what they want. Kamala, all you gotta do is talk. Actually, no, now that I think about it, that might make it worse. Put Tim Walz out there, okay? Let Tim Walz do the talking. Don't dress him up as a man. You wanna know how to speak to men? Go to where they are. A good place to speak to young men is the Joe Rogan podcast, which Kamala hinted at going on.
Not only that, apparently Fortnite also like had like an event where like involving the Democrats. They are literally like brainwashing our children. As cringe as it may sound, they are brainwashing our children. It is insane.
But then that never happened, and instead, Trump went on, and that episode hit like 20 million views in a day. But like, can you blame her? Joe Rogan is just one of the most popular podcasts in the world with a majority young male audience. I hate it here. Every time this topic comes up, so does the topic of like Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, internet algorithms, Gamergate, whatever.
There is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization.
This is human garbage. Hassan is human garbage. He clearly is an anti-Semitic, right? He clearly is. He also brought terrorists, or like he supports terrorists. He also brought a terrorist onto his stream. This is human garbage. And Twitch now, instead of like banning him as they should, because he's violating TOS, they are now making like a tag for political discussions. Which means, yeah, Twitch is actively supporting anti-Semitism.
That has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces, any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic.
But you can only blame internet.
He also said something along the lines of being fine with girls being raped because they were rich. Fun fact, he's also rich.
Algorithms for so much for so long. This automatic assumption that any dissent from liberal mainstream thought could only be caused by manipulation or brainwashing from podcasters is honestly a cope, in my opinion, and just an easy excuse for failing to reach anyone beyond your own subreddit. As if this all wasn't the result of like a stagnant neoliberal corpo hell world that created a vacuum that was just waiting to be filled with any kind of populism. The crazy thing is, the Democratic Party did have a candidate who successfully spoke to the demographic that they are currently trying so hard to reach. His name was Bernie Sanders. And every time he did speak to that demographic, or say he was concerned that the Democratic Party didn't do enough to speak to that demographic, he was called a sexist, a racist, he was backstabbed multiple times, and cheated out of winning the Democratic primaries. His fans were called Bernie Bros, and constantly berated as sexists and misogynists. His campaign was too white and too male, and
is that why Bernie Sanders failed? I'm once again asking for your support. The memes around Bernie Sanders were funny, though.
This apparently was a top priority to remedy in future campaigns. We were told he was just like Trump and, quote, appealed to angry white men. Well, who's trying to appeal to angry white men now, bitch? It's almost like Bernie's hyper-focus on working class issues, bread and butter issues, and populism was naturally attractive to men. No football or beer required. I miss him. And you know what? Maybe this shift with young men has less to do with who's holding the football and more of what happens when the DNC spends all their time and energy trashing the little bit of populism in their movement. And if you ask me, handing conservatives a monopoly on anti-establishment rhetoric on a silver platter was probably their first mistake. They kind of gave up on that bread and butter New Deal stuff for identity politics, and if you deny this, you are either lying or coping. The physical manifestation of the left has gone from the vision of the blue-collar union worker to a nagging, scolding fat woman with blue hair, barging.
That's actually a pretty good comparison. And a fat, blue-haired woman. that is nagging. Wow, that's actually pretty good.
Into everyone's spaces and culturally colonizing them. Change this, change that. I don't like this, I don't like that. It's just incredible for me to witness years of anti-male rhetoric finally come back to bite the left and Democrats in the ass. Watching these chickens come home to roost has just been both incredibly depressing and deliciously vindicating to me in a sick way, and I'm not sure if I should lend out a helping hand or Mufasa them off this cliff. Some Democrats are nervous the party was too late to realize the problem. These Democrats—
Never heard that one before. Mufasa somebody off the cliff. I remember that one. It's always the blue hair. Oh, green. I've also seen green. I've also seen green. Pink. Pink is also one of those colors where, like, okay, bro. Careful.
Democrats worried that the party has focused too much on courting women voters, LGBTQ voters, and culturally progressive voters, alienating too many men in the process. There's a recognition that we're losing men, and the things we're doing around men haven't been working. I think a lot of it is a reaction to social progression.
Because you haven't done anything. You haven't done anything. I've seen the transition from men to whatever this modern thing is that you try to portray in the media that is not men. I've seen the transition from like respectable fathers to bubbling fools. I've seen the transition from I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen the transition from like feminine women being turned into second-class men. I've seen it. I love colored hair. I just hate people with those hair sometimes, or maybe I just dislike people. I don't know. I think it's probably because you associate this kind of. I'm saying it. People with colored hair are not always bad, right? It's just like pattern recognition, where you see something and you can immediately almost assume that what their stance is on certain things. It's like, I don't know, how do I put this? I don't know. You look at somebody who's like slim, and you may think that they are taking care of their health. They might not do that, but like, you know, it's just an assumption. It's like seeing women in nowadays seeing women in video games and then thinking, oh, that's woke. It's probably not. Chances are it's not woke, but a lot of games where female main characters were in there, like, it appeared woke. they were woke, so you have pattern recognition.
Progressivism done the wrong way, says David Hogg. Young men, he says, feel like progressives look down on them for saying the wrong thing, even when it's a mistake. That discomfort is enough to drive them away from the Democratic Party, even if they don't necessarily agree with Republicans. They would rather be around someone they don't agree with who doesn't judge them, than somebody they do agree with who judges them constantly. Men aren't moving right because they are choosing fascism. They are moving right because the left made them the villains in their anime fanfiction. It's not that they all like Trump. It's that they all hate you, and no amount of camo hats is going to fix that. But do not get
dislike for a certain group was always one of the greatest uniters of history. Bad and good. They have not learned whatsoever.
Get twisted. I do not in any way, shape, or form believe the GOP is going to help men. I don't think they're going to help anyone. Except maybe Israel. Do I think all of the left is some hyper woke fat lady wagging her finger in men's faces like no fun allowed? No. If I did, I wouldn't call myself left-wing. I'm not a Democrat, I'm a registered independent. But the Democratic Party is historically better on policy, and despite their messaging, even when it comes to helping men. Healthcare, higher wages, paid family leave, labor protection, social security, things Republicans have always fought against. And I think that's why this is extra frustrating to me. I don't say this with any love for the Republican Party. In fact, if anything, I say it with love for the Democratic Party. I fucking hate them, but deep down, I wish they could be better. I'm doing this for your own good. Shh. Go sleep, shh. Go sleep, I love you, go to sleep, shh. I just hope that whether Kamala wins or
what the fuck was that clip? Oh my god. That was interesting. That was very interesting. What happened? Did I beat something? Oh.
evaluate what they're doing wrong. Because I don't think the Democratic Party should be the party for the gays and women. I think the Democratic Party should be the party for everyone, including angry white men. So in your opinion, what could the Democratic Party do to win back young men? Can they do anything? Are they fucked? To me, it might take decades of work to fix the culture, the rot that infests the progressive ideology. It is going to take a lot of work to fix, but I think it's worth it, not just for the Democratic Party's sake, but just for society's sake. If you like this video, please consider donating to my Patreon, link
how to fix the Democrats. Stop villainizing men. Stop catering to a certain minority, because, sorry to tell you that, but democracy does not work like that. Protecting minorities, sure. Catering to the specific needs of a minority, absolutely not. What else? What else is there? Let me think. There's probably a couple more things that I could come up with. Create a sense of either you make it that you create a new version of masculinity that men can have, or you keep the old version of masculinity, whether you like it or not. That's the options you have. Aside from that, if you really want to have men back, just listen for once. Get rid of this shitty patriarchy speech. Get rid of this vilification of people who are white. Get rid of the racism. That would be a good start. Just get rid of all that stupid shit, and you have men at least partially back. But as far as I'm aware, I've heard somewhere that to get rid of an ideology that has been fed to people for years, it will probably take multiple generations to undo the damage that this progressive ideology, this woke ideology, has done. But we'll see, because we still have communists, despite communism being proven to not work, right? So it'll take a bit to get rid of that. But yeah, that was a good video. That was a great video. I don't know, what am I watching now? Let me drink something real quick. Ugh, this is the green Fanta. It's blurring. This tastes like what is it called? Stuff that you use to wash your dishes, right? That's how this Fanta tastes. What am I jumping into next? I want something more chill. So I'll jump into this one. Casual Geographic the truly deviant nature of dolphins. You know, dolphins are psychopaths. We already know this. I've seen a lot of clips like of him on like TikTok and stuff. So I thought maybe like react to one of his videos that I found interesting. And the truly deviant nature of dolphins was the one I found interesting. So yeah, let's jump into this. Let's see how evil dolphins are. The following video contains topics that may be considered disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. So if you can't handle disturbing material, click off now. Let's get into it.
Contains topics that may be considered disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. It's been a long time coming. It's been 3 years since
I want something chill turns on a video about dolphins. It's still chill in some way.
my last dolphin video, which means 3 Halloweens have gone by with this aquatic thug wiener going unchecked. Not this time. This satanic smiling sausage, Davy Jones' delinquent offspring, this audacious ocean hippo, we'll get to that. The dolphin is a breathing, breaching hate boner, and their psychopathic tendencies come from their intelligence. Dolphins are arguably the smartest things alive without thumbs or launch codes, which allows them to manipulate the world around them, including the animal.
Seagulls are also deviant. Can I just say that? I saw live a seagull, like, eating a whole squirrel. Like, whole, just, like, gobbling it down, and, like, the tail of the squirrel hanging out of its beak. I want to touch a dolphin. Shonol, how do you mean that? How do you mean that? I think you just... I'm kidding. Just touching. And a penguin. Penguin are also creepy. They like necrophilia.
In it. Dolphins will reportedly harass pufferfish into releasing poison, which apparently they get obliterated off of, resulting in a literal nightmare rotation. It isn't scientifically proven that dolphins get elevated and hella faded off a spicy stress ball. The alternative is the jocks of the sea playing.
Did he just call a pufferfish a spicy stress ball? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This is good. This is already really funny.
Handball with a living puffer, and that's probably the most child-friendly form of dolphin recreation. I'm gonna have to get real creative with the way I describe this, but dolphins will stick their little dolphin dorks wherever they desire, including the disembodied heads of decapitated fish.
So we have dolphin. Yo, Game Freak, did you create these? Also, putting your cock into a dead fish. Ugh.
Which might have just been a one-off if researchers didn't also witness a bottlenose wrap live wriggling eels around their stick shift. We've also witnessed 2 river dolphins treating an anaconda like a pool noodle, except the photographer took a closer look and noticed something. The snake was likely dead, like an erectile dysfunction, which only one of them would know about since both dolphins' privates were standing very much at attention. Workers at the Dolphin Research Center also got a nasty surprise when they discovered baby nurse sharks finding their way into the lagoon and the waterlogged hot dogs using them as volleyballs. Dolphins might be
Jesus. Absolute psychopaths. Little sharks also on the menu, I guess.
the only animals to use other living animals as tools, with a group of dolphins discovering that they could use live sponges as snout guards as they scrape the sea floor. It's not proven sponges can feel pain, but it makes no difference to these brine bullies. If a dolphin can use another creature as a pawn, it will. That's how one dolphin created a whole seagull murder ring just for some extra fish. Basically, Kelly the dolphin had an unspoken agreement with her trainer where she'd get rewarded with fish every time she helped clean litter from her tank, including expired seagulls. So Kelly would hide a fish during feeding and then use it to bait seagulls when no one was looking, only to snatch them, drown them, and exchange the waterboarded bird for more fish.
Yeah, fuck Flipper. True psychos!
Fish. Not only that, but Kelly taught her daughter the same trick, ensuring the seagull side circle goes on at least another generation. Another time a dolphin's brain was someone else's downfall was down in the Gulf of Mexico, where biologists stumbled across hundreds of decapitated catfish bobbing around the water. Not only that, the eyes and the fins were still moving, and the fish heads made this disturbing grunting sound when brought on the boat. The cause was, catfish have several serrated spines for self-defense, and a gang of Gulf bottlenose dolphins apparently realized they could nerf the catfish by surgically beheading them. But so far, we've seen dolphins working harder.
Okay, that's just smart, yeah. And the surgically beheading catfish, oh my god.
Not smarter, with seagulls, sponges, and catfish all being collateral damage. That doesn't explain dolphins being a jihad to other animals unprovoked. Dolphins in Belize have been attacking and even life-depriving baby manatees. They've even gone as far as separating manatee calves from their mothers to make an attempt on their life.
No! Not baby manatees! How dare you! These are so cute! Stop it! No! That's it. I'm ordering the dolphin genocide.
This is the same animal that finessed its way on an alligator's whitelist, getting folded by a pack of flippers. Dolphins are literally if hippos went the Professor X route, lost their legs but gained hyperintelligence. Which isn't a joke since the closest living relative to whales and dolphins are hippos. But the animal that gets it the absolute worst from dolphins are the ones that look the most like them. Dolphins have a homicidal obsession with porpoises, with cases of them washing ashore with bite marks and broken bones. It's like they can't help themselves for real. It doesn't matter what they're doing. Put a porpoise in their presence and it's like the Powerpuff Girls going Gotham City on a green monkey. In 2016, one lone male bottlenose flatlined at least 6 porpoises, and the injuries were roughly the same. Fatal hemorrhages, broken bones, and lacerated lungs.
No! These are actually... Like, I knew, like, like, some of the disgusting stuff that these guys do, but... Okay, that's new.
No one knows for sure why dolphins are purposely committing acts of war, but the best guess involves how dolphins behave with each other. Because if you thought they were better to their own kind, you don't understand the depravity of this malice-fueled middle finger. Dolphins regularly commit the act of infanticide, with males often harassing and separating the mother from her defenseless calf and escorting it off the census. It's a classic case of deleting the baby to have a shot at the now child-free mother. Plenty of animals like horses and hippos do this, but no animal takes baby abolishing as far as dolphins.
Again, look at that hippo's looking at that baby hippo. Oh my god. Food.
There was a case where a mother orca and her adult son worked together to drown a baby killer whale, also the son could sensually explore the mother that watched them do it. In 2020 in Mutsu Bay, Japan, researchers witnessed a gang of dolphins pull up on a mother and her calf and begin mauling the baby. What shocked them was suddenly the first group stopped harassing the dolphin calf, only for a second group to show up and go at him even harder. For well over an hour, 23 different dolphins got involved and a newbie dolphin was sent to the gulag after being hit over 100 times. And knowing what we now know about dolphins, that might have just been business as usual. Dolphin Society is like an episode of Oz, and like the show, it all starts with...
they're pretty much behaving like polyamorous humans. Because yeah, that also sometimes happens where some party gets jealous and then deletes the baby.
The men. When a male dolphin is young, they'll form a group with 2 or 3 others, and these will be the closest bonds these males will ever have, as these alliances can last decades. But it's not just kumbaya. The main reason for them linking up is these dolphins will kidnap lone females and keep them in custody for weeks, while they mate with her the entire time, consent sold separately. These dolphin gangs are highly possessive, and even have a specific pop sound to tell the female to swim closer, and she can get jumped for not complying. The females usually fight back, but only escape about 25% of the time. Not only that, but these water Weinsteins mate year-round, meaning an unlucky female can get tagged by multiple gangs in one trip around the sun. 3 dolphins acting as the musketeers.
I'm watching dolphin porn. That's a new one.
Of Malice are known as a First Order Alliance. There's also a Second Order Alliance, with additional dolphins doing the dirty work for the group. Work including attacking other pods, stealing their females, while protecting their own from equally lust-crazed males. Basically, the First Order Alliance is like a basketball big 3, with the Second Order being the role players. Of course, sometimes 2 Second Order Alliances join forces to create, a Third Order Alliance. Not only does this mean dolphins have the largest non-human social network on the planet, they use it to operate like a pack of sea ditties. Penetration without permission is so...
Jesus Christ, a pack of sea ditties. Oh my god. I've never heard that. That one is new. A pack of sea ditties. There's no way.
So rampant that female dolphins actually evolved the same equipment as ducks, where their yeah, those are maze-like to flush out any unwanted baby batter. But the male's response was dolphins developing a 12-inch pink prehensile bedroom arm. Speaking of which, male dolphins aren't even safe from each other. Non-allied males assert dominance by biting, jaw clapping, tail slapping, and mounting. The Brokeback kind. Remember, it's Ocean Oz out here. To be fair, that's also how they play, and young male dolphins will actually practice on each other and take turns being the female long before they try it on a real one. And there's
That's like the you know some anime trope where like two best friends like train on each other for kissing. I know that one anime where like this big guy was like practicing kissing. Like he pulls out like a plastic whatever, and just like that's them. They are doing this. They are gay before they are straight.
There's nothing wrong with that. Except dolphins have a nasty habit of projecting. I'm 99% sure the porpoisides and manatee maimings were because both animals looked like the babies of their own kind. Which is pretty insane logic. Imagine someone on trial for running over the vertically deficient, only for their main defense to be that they thought it was a child. Porpoises and sea blimps aren't the only ones catching strays. Since 2022, more than 45 people have been attacked while swimming in Fukui, Japan, leaving many with broken bones and bites. And it's believed these attacks were carried out by one male Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin. And it's been said the reason for this one-man dolphin demon campaign? Horny. Scientists think this dolphin is sexually frustrated and lonely and is taking it out on the humans around him. And the scariest part? There's a good chance he's only playing. Because if a 9-foot, several hundred-pound flesh missile wants you dead...
Bro jumped into the boat! Sometimes it's better to not to know things. Sometimes, but I wanted to know.
You're simply dying. People say the rogue dolphin will often swim up to people and try to press his pink sword against them, which is actually the same way dolphins in an alliance act, so he's really just acting out natural behaviors, but on people, only to lash out when they don't respond. He's not the only one. As you know, I went to the Cayman Islands earlier this year, and you'd think the most dangerous part would be me getting intimate with a stingray. It was actually me swimming in the same waters as Stinky. Stinky was a lone male dolphin infamous for trying to violate divers that meet his eye. One victim, Michael Mays, recounted how he and his wife were snorkeling and enjoying Grand Cayman when the menace named Stinky showed up. Michael tried warning his wife before Stinky charged her, slamming into her repeatedly. Someone should have warned Michael that he was what Stinky was after, as the dolphin attempted to dork Mike in front of his own wife. And you know dolphins don't discriminate, with both Jessica Alba and Demi Moore seeing just what
Incel dolphin! That's a new one!
What happens when a dolphin decides to go on booty warrior timing. In fact, one dolphin's impulses likely ruined a man's life. Alan Cooper was an animal rights activist who also became close with a dolphin named Freddie, not that close, who he actually met in the wild but was now living in Flamingo Land. Except one day, Alan swam with Freddie, and bystanders watched and swore that Alan was getting handsy with the dolphin, and he would end up getting accused of going Rocky Balboa on little Freddie. Papers called him a dolphin diddler, and it went all the way to court. Whole time, all that really happened was Freddie got a little too homosexual and wrapped his prehensile trouser tongue around Alan's arm. Even with the case
Control your cock, man!
Is thrown out, Freddie's freak-off was a stain that largely derailed Cooper's career and killed almost any chance he'd ever have of being taken seriously. Yeah, there's a reason why legends say that Amazon river dolphins will shapeshift into men at night and impregnate young women before changing back in the morning. Dolphins are like the chimps of the sea, but where chimp society revolves around violence, dolphindom is centered around getting their rocks off. But dolphins can be just as dangerous as any wild animal. Pretty privilege makes you forget it's a hyper-intelligent pack-hunting super predator that could fold you 7 ways to Sunday if they wanted. And no dolphin showed that more than
Oh, look at that face. That's terrifying. Keep your kids away from dolphins. They will fuck you up.
Jiao. Jiao was a male bottlenose dolphin that showed up in São Sebastião in Brazil in the mid-90s, where he was popular for his friendliness around humans, especially women, to the point where he started to see other male humans as a threat, and this time he wasn't playing. By December 1994, Jiao had sent nearly 30 people to the hospital, including one case where he attacked 2 men, breaking one's ribs and killing the other. So as you can see, dolphins commit atrocities against the world.
They should have killed this guy, like, far before that. Okay, so they can unalive humans. That's interesting.
Around them, against humanity as a whole, and even against their own kind. But do you know what actually makes them evil? It's not rhetorical, because there isn't anything I've said about this womb fish that something in nature doesn't also do. Yeah, dolphins wake up feeling like Jordan. So do lions, hippos, and zebras. That's 3/4 of the cast in Madagascar. Yeah, dolphins do the unspeakable with fish, but I've seen chimps get downright deplorable with a frog. Chimps will also murk.
Huh? What? What do you mean deplorable with a frog? What? I hope I didn't take it the way I was supposed to. What the fuck? Ugh. Ugh.
Grovel children and then turn them into lunch meat. Yeah, dolphins are basically eternal erections, but penguins are so deviant they traumatize the researcher. First seals have been seen defiling penguins, and speaking of seals, researchers have documented mateless male sea otters breaking baby seals with no approval. The point isn't to pass the buck to someone else's favorite animal, it's that these animals are just trying to survive. Dolphins are just that much better at it. If other animals could, they would. Hell, we can, and we have. Early cavemen also cannibalized human children, and meal prepping brains was somewhat regular. And before you judge otters and penguins, in 2022, 4 men were arrested for the crime of assaulting an endangered monitor lizard. And no amount of wordplay will let me talk about.
Right, remember the man that did something to a lizard? I remember on 4chan I was reading a dolphin sex guide. The text is similar to the same text about Vaporeon's cursed thing. I hope it was just a joke. We all know somewhere someone out there somebody has stick their dick into a dolphin. I already know. Monkey?
About what people did to Pony the orangutan. Just know if I can't speak on it, it must be bad. I mean,
people stick their thing in anything. Even monkeys! Oh no.
If you believe in alternate realities and that art mirrors life, then you also believe that somewhere in the universe there's a dolphin with a snapback and a tiny mic talking about how humans are the spawn of Satan behind a green screen of this guy. Morality is really a social construct, and I think dolphins were just smart enough and just cute enough for us to move the goalposts and judge them by human standards. Then I think people be trying to correct all the shark slander, which is probably a crazy thing to hear from the same guy that made this. Here's my thing, everything I said dolphins do in this video is true, at least to my knowledge, but when I'm calling them a Sea Diddy or a Water Weinstein or Satan's 9-foot hate boner, we call that a sentence enhancer, especially when I'm calling something a homicidal threat to national security, kind of a what you say, not how you say it. Am I backpedaling? I don't think so. I mean, I love animals. I don't want you to watch my videos and go drop kick an otter, or pray chimpanzees go extinct, or hate dolphins. I don't even hate dolphins for real. There's also the whole overcorrection thing. I feel like there's 2 ways people see animals. There's the Disney side, the side that told people elephants think we're.
Nah, if I see a otter doing anything to a baby seal, I'm drop kicking that otter immediately. I'm getting myself a nice new pelt. I don't care.
Puppies, and a side that convinced Buddy this was a good idea. And then you got the side that would legitimately sleep better at night if Thanos would have had beef with dolphins. The thing is, both sides can get the animal put on a shirt. Bad PR almost got sharks and wolves wiped out. At the same time, Freya the walrus had to get put down because people literally wouldn't stop getting too close to her. Because the worst thing a wild animal can do is forget its fear of humans. The part of Chiao's story I didn't tell you was the part where people kept harassing him, even trying to pour beer and stick ice cream cones down his blowhole before he started fighting back. What I think is for decades people looked at dolphins with Disney glasses and sharks were the monsters, and overcompensation has it flipped where really neither animal belongs on either side. Elephants are my favorite animals and they're probably the best example of this. In 2011, a herd of elephants showed up to their caretaker's home after he died and held their own 2-day vigil and would return every year on the same day to mourn him. An elephant also traveled over 100 miles to flatline a 70-year-old woman only to desecrate her corpse at her funeral. This elephant was filmed trying to rescue a rhino stuck in a pit before lions could get to him.
What did she do? That was personal. You cannot tell me that that was personal. There's also an elephant out there who is pretty much like a thief and attacks robs people that deliver bananas. Whatever it was. Very interesting.
Elephants were also responsible for running through rhinos like a yellow light. Dolphins aren't evil prison bullies or...
That's new! Ugh, what would that even create if that worked?
Innocent sea angels. They're just dolphins. But you know, maybe I haven't talked enough about the other side of dolphins. Like, you know, dolphins have specific names for each other that they'll respond to. They also recognize each other by urine, so they really got a whole two-factor authentication. Pregnant dolphins will teach the unborn calf its name by singing it constantly, while it's still in the oven. Speaking of babies, newborn dolphins don't sleep for the entire first month of their life, which means neither do their mothers. Dolphins are highly emotional and...
That's rookie numbers.
Just like elephants, they also mourn the dead. One orca made headlines when she carried her lifeless calf on her nose for 17 days and over 1,000 miles. And with orcas, they're one of the few animals on the planet to go through menopause, and the most likely reason is so elderly orcas can stop worrying about being mothers and instead focus on being grandmothers. That matriarch system is why dolphins, especially orcas, have not just their own cultures, but they even have trends, just like us. For example, in the 80s, one orca was seen carrying a dead salmon on her head for no reason but a fashion statement. And in less than 2 weeks, the orca influencer had not just her own pod, but 2 others doing it. Things like that are how orca OGs pass knowledge down. They even have their own way of disciplining children. Sometimes when dolphin calves wander too far, the mother will toss the calf in the air as punishment. Repeatedly.
Was that like me as a child getting thrown into like those really painful, I forgot the name, those really painful like burning plants? Seems similar.
For up to 40 minutes straight. But
Jesus.
Considering wandering off can get the baby canceled by a pack of males, I see where she's coming from. But males aren't even that bad. Dolphins will often have their version of a midwife, a dolphin auntie, that assists with birth and helps with the calf. And sometimes this dolphin auntie is actually a male. And of course you got stories of dolphins saving people from drowning and sharks, but one dolphin went way off script. In 2008, a mother pygmy sperm whale and her son got stranded, and rescuers spent more than an hour trying to return them to sea, and even considered putting both of them out of their misery. That was until popular bottlenose dolphin Moko appeared and led the trapped whales through a narrow channel back to sea, saving them both. A year later, Moko nearly drowned a woman he was playing with because he got too excited to let her return to shore, and she almost got reverse baptized. See that? Duality. So yeah, I don't hate dolphins. I don't hate any.
Duality of dolphins. we're saving the whales. We're killing the woman. Interesting.
Animal. I'm not fully bending the knee. I'm gonna still get my jokes off when I can. But moral of the story, manatees are the most wholesome creatures alive, and last year one named Hugh past tense after a bigger male confused him for a mate and literally ripped him a new one. The worst part? It was his brother. If they can do that, dolphins can.
I know this is supposed to be sad, but man, that gay incest, man. Jesus Christ.
Be that bad. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure you drink water, hug your mother, don't hug a dolphin unless you're prepared to end up like Hank. And I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, this video was fun. This video was fun. This video was really fun. Oh my god. Dolphins. The dolphins being crazy. Okay. There'll come a couple of new things I didn't know. I only did like the rape gangbangs and like the whatever. The playing with pufferfish. That's what all the stuff I knew, but like the chucking around other fish or biting off beheading a catfish, that's new. Yeah, that was a good and funny video. Okay, I want to get into one that's a bit longer, and Raven actually recommended this to watch. This one is,
How much
I
money
think,
do
what she recommended. Why internet dating advice is terrible by Think Before You Sleep. Kind of long, an hour. So get ready, We're watching this. It's an hour. Why is it an hour? Yeah, let's get into it.
How much money do you think a man needs to make to be happy?
To be significantly happy, 8 figures plus.
What? You need 10 million?
Yeah, because I'm the best. Yeah, Raven, you are. Yeah, you are the best. Also, 8 figures? You fucking kidding me? Like, happy. I don't know. I'm quite happy right now, so I cannot complain. And I don't have 8 figures. Jesus Christ, we're 7 seconds in.
$1 million to be happy? He's trolling, right? No way a real person said this unironically.
I'm not there quite yet, but once you start making at least 7 figures, you will see like your life starts to change. You have the freedom to go wherever you want, pay your parents' bills, them have an enjoyable life, and still do whatever you want to do. But I think you're going to experience true financial freedom once you start to make at least $10 million a year or not.
For one, if you aren't there, how do you know? 2, how irresponsible are you with money? Like, I'm sure I can give myself and my...
If I had, like, 5 figures, I'm happy, dude. I can take care of me, I can take care probably of my family, I can take care of my parents. What the fuck? 8 figures? 7 figures?
My parents a very nice lifestyle for the bargain price of $200,000 a year, and I'm sure that most people could figure out how to do it on much less than that. Anyway, after making multiple videos criticizing Fresh and Fit for doing things like illegally copyright striking channels that criticize them, or Rollo Tomasi, who will make up random gossip about people that he hates, which is called slander, by the way, a viewer of a video of mine got very mad, saying that I was only showing the clowns of the manosphere and ignoring all the real red pill channels who are truly helping men. So I asked him to give me an example of a red pill channel that's good, and he recommended Fit X Fearless or Bismarck, who I get...
I pulled the Crown Mewtwo in the TCG pocket. Fuck you. I think the best one I got, like, is Articuno EX. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. I didn't get anything interesting aside from that. I got, like, some other EX, but I did not get the Mewtwo, unfortunately. So, the Manosphere is full of a lot of retards. Just gonna say it. Fresh and Fit, the Whatever podcast, I got 2 of those. I got 3. What else? Pearl Davis, also one of those. It's just, I don't know. I don't care about these motherfuckers. I've better role models to follow my stuff. I don't care about these dudes.
Yes, decided to upload his Grindr profile pic to YouTube, and I have to say that it only took about 10 seconds before I found him giving very toxic advice.
How many hours a week do I need to work to be considered a man?
Minimum 80 hours. If you're working less than 80 hours and you call yourself a man, you're joking.
Let's say we consider, you know, university and YouTube together. I stream 6 hours every single day. Most days. Not today, but most days, right? That would be... roughly about, what? 50 hours? Maybe a little over 50? Nah, not entirely 50. More like 48 hours? If we consider editing videos, if we consider university with that, I'm already at those 80 hours.
So I'm going to be significantly happy with my $10 million a year, but I won't be able to travel anywhere I want to go, and I won't be able to do what I want with my money because I have to work like 12 hours a day every day to hit 80 hours a week, and I'll develop severe mental health problems from overworking. But I'm not sure who these videos are for because people in the comment section of this video, as well as the video about
2 Articuno EX, Zapdos EX, Mewtwo EX, Moltres EX, Crown Mewtwo EX, Marowak EX, Venusaur EX, Full Art Erica 2 times, Man! I'm getting shafted out here!
About making $10 million a year are all making fun of him. I mean, there are so many ridiculous takes from this guy that it's hard to put them all in one video. Though, more importantly, the real problem here is the same issue that I talk about when I criticize Fresh and Fit. I think this type of content is just as toxic to the dating pool as TikTok influence.
Yeah. And the problem is that these motherfuckers, right? They promote being male whores while looking for women that are virgins or close to virgins. Listen, yeah. You cannot ask for women not to sleep around when you are creating and adding to women sleeping around. Fix the chat. I don't know what's going on again. I do not know. I don't even know how to fix it. It's like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Who talk about being a high standards princess treatment girly. This is just the version of it that appeals to men, and the problem with these types of content is that it's making men and women who already had problems with dating even more undateable and more incapable of developing successful long-term relationships. Then on top of that, we have guys like Bismarck who are out there trying to make men feel insecure about not making 100.
You know, those women are 1000% ignoring them. No normal woman wants a hoe. Yeah, no. No, like, the normal woman? No, I disagree. I've seen enough evidence that women care a lot less about how many women a man has slept with than men do. From my experience, from seeing a lot of women, they care about that a lot less.
$100K a year, just like those Instagram girls do.
$100,000 a year, you're broke. You're still suffering, my G. You're living paycheck to paycheck. Inflation is through the roof.
With $100K a year, I'd be more than happy. That's like still 50K, right? Well, it depends on what you consider a normal woman. I mean, like a normal ass woman, had like 2 to 3 relationships maybe, and like only slept with those men. Women care a lot less about that. Just the hard truth. Because if women cared more about that, you wouldn't have all these weird dudes, right?
The cost of living is through the roof. If you're living in a major city where rent is $2,000-$3,000 a month plus for a 1-bedroom apartment, $100K a year is not that much money.
$3K a month for an apartment? Geez, in Texas that will get you a very nice house. And it's like that in most places. Maybe
I don't get the argument, because consider this, right? Why do you have to live where it is the most expensive? This argument is ridiculous. You might as well, like, build a house of your own. What?
Maybe don't be dumb and live in a place where a 1-bedroom apartment costs $3,000 a month. As in, maybe practice good spending habits and stop blowing money on dumb luxury items so that you can pretend to be rich. I swear this guy makes Hassan Piker sound smart. But honestly, this guy's level of financially shaming his viewers for not being millionaires is so bad that I would rather just listen to the entitled Instagram women. Those girls are cheap by comparison. And this is not just like a one-off thing. He says this stuff in multiple videos.
If you're working less than 80 hours and you call yourself a man, you're joking. And these are the same guys that will complain that making 50K a month is unrealistic. You're not putting that much effort. Of course you're never gonna make 50K a month. Of course that number is so crazy to you. High achieving men understand that what is possible. If 50K a month...
That number is crazy. That number is crazy. Like 50K is a month is crazy. You can never not tell me that isn't crazy. Or 100K a month.
or 100K a month seems so impossible, this is because you're limited mentally. Poor is a mindset.
So 100K a year means I'm broke. I need to make $10 million a year to be significantly happy, and now I'm a loser if I'm not making $50,000 a month. Okay, Bismarck, tell me.
It's like, money does not make you poor or rich. Because, like, great, I have all that money. Great, I have 100K a month. I work 80 hours a week. No wife, no kids. Probably not time for any other social interaction. Great. So I'm gonna die with like $10 million in the bank. Nobody to take care of that the legacy I will leave behind. What is that argument? 3 minutes in, I'm infuriated.
Yeah, I'm gonna make that kind of money. What kind of business model does an abundance mindset create?
If you're a guy that wants to know all the supplements that I take to have great erection quality, grow my size, last long, I have a whole list of supplements, man.
That's your financial plan? Selling your audience penis enlargement pills, which is one of the oldest scams known to man? But maybe you could show some randomized drug trials as evidence that the drugs you sell work, or maybe even list the name of it so people can do their own research or ask their doctor to make sure it's safe. No?
You don't need dick enhancing pills or whatever else. So back when I was doing urology, and I worked with some things like vaginismus and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The majority of the female nerve endings are at the front end of the vagina. And if you get all the way back to the cervix, that's like painful. So you don't actually need a gigantic penis.
Also, if you have erectile dysfunction, then go to the doctor or go see a therapist. Don't consult some supplement shill that you found on Instagram.
A lot of the erectile dysfunction in society comes because they watch porn too much. Straight up, harsh truth, that is, most of the time, that is probably the issue. And if it's not, it's usually either like actually a physical problem or a mental problem. Very simple.
Either you have heart disease that needs to be addressed, psychological issues that need to be talked about with a professional, or your brain has been ruined by too much pornography exposure, and you need to get used to being with an actual person. Now, before that guy in the comments section writes, "But hey man, you used to make content in the manosphere." Correct, I did, but I dropped that label years ago because of people like Bismarck, and when I did that content, it was more like, hey, this woman has really high standards, maybe she should get more realistic. What I did not do was say things like, it's okay to cheat on your wife if you make enough money, which is an idea that Fresh and Fit...
I'm still a big fan of saying, if you cheat on your partner, there should be legal repercussions. Certainly. There should be legal repercussions. I do not care. I think cheaters are scum. No, stop the video? Nah. It's very simple.
Regularly repeat. I also never promoted the same sexual degeneracy as feminism, like the red pill space loves to do.
How many women do I need to sleep with to settle down?
It can be as little as one or as many as hundreds. It's up to you as a man. You got to decide what you want in a woman, however long that takes you.
Hundreds? Literal porn-brained advice. Any guy who has to sleep with hundreds of women or...
One. It's gonna be one. For me, it's gonna be one, and only one. Very simple.
Even 50 women to be ready to settle down is not fit for a long-term relationship. That's if he can get those women, by the way. Though I'm genuinely surprised that he said one, because if you watch his content, he is constantly saying stuff that encourages men to date multiple girls and have many sexual partners. Clearly his own bias is more towards being a sexual degenerate. Well, as I said, if he can actually get those girls. More importantly, if the goal is to settle down, then how are you learning how to foster a good relationship when you're busy sleeping around and discarding the chick anytime something goes wrong? Now, this is not to say that all of Bismarck's relationship takes are bad. There is a reason why people watch him, and I did find him saying a couple of decent things.
Bro, let's go to the strip club. I'll pay for the girls for both of us.
Bro, I know you have money, but leading with money will never make you fulfilled as a man. The girl who adds to your life, the girl who really wants to be a part of your life, you show her the world. You enjoy those experiences with her. But blowing it on strippers, blowing it on girls who don't even like you, it's pretty pathetic, bro.
I mean, I don't know how many people he knows who are burning money on strippers. I'm not sure if I've ever even known someone personally who's gone to a strip club. Again, his angle is kind of porn-brained. But from a relationship perspective, Leading with money is the surest way to meet a gold digger or someone who doesn't like your personality and is not physically attracted.
It's like, obviously, yeah, obviously. If you lead with money, you're not gonna get anybody who's like interested in you know, that way. Obviously, that's never gonna work out. I forgot to put flair on my cards. I just recently, I found out in stream what that is. I think it's just like, I don't really think it's a good use for like overdupes, but I'm happy that every card has that at least. So I guess I'm okay. It's similar to what the stickers in Dokkan Battle. I like that system.
To you. They just want your money. And if they aren't physically attracted to you and they don't like your personality, it's not going to be a very fun relationship. Last, outside of telling men to wear high heels,
if you're under 6 feet, guys, you want to wear high-sole shoes. Guys are going to make you appear more taller, which will make you more confident. Even if you are a tall guy, these will make you even taller. So I recommend.
Great. So I get to know a girl, and I immediately lie to her. What a great start for a relationship, dumbass.
All men wear high-sole shoes, regardless of how tall you are.
So outside of Bismarck telling men to wear high heels, his looks maxing advice appears to be pretty decent.
I used to have a buzz. Is a buzz better or should I grow it out?
Hell no, don't do a buzz cut. Buzz cut looks stupid. Stop doing the buzz cut. This hair you have on top, let it be all around your hair. Let the hair be like this, full and even on all sides, so your thirds don't look so long. It will make your face look a lot better.
Correct. This guy's haircut looks weird. You need a haircut that fits your facial proportions, and very few guys seem to get that right. Last, I appreciate that Bismarck tells people to go to the gym. Speaking of looks maxing, this video is sponsored by Manscaped. One of my favorite things that's happening
no
these
razors
days is that we now have brands like Manscaped hair loss. Go see your dermatologist immediately and get on some medical therapy like oral finasteride and topical minoxidil. Hair loss prevention technology is very good provided that you still have hair, but if you wait too long to treat it, which is that for some reason, Bismarck's signature move is to have men take their shirts off so he can see their physique.
Let's see the physique first.
I got you.
Man's got a 15 pack. Bro, you ripped as hell.
Yeah, he's not helping the manosphere beat the gay allegations with this one. Now, it would be one thing if he was like giving bodybuilding advice by saying, hey, your lats look a little weak, maybe you should work on those more. If he did that, this would all make sense. But in every video I've watched, the advice he gives doesn't actually require him to see what they look like with their shirts off. All he says is go to the gym or lose weight. You don't need to see somebody with their shirt off to tell them that. Outside
Bro wants to see the naked man.
of that, upon watching these videos, it becomes very apparent that Bismarck knows very little about human psychology or about how to convince people to actually solve their problems, which is embarrassing because he sells a coaching program where he charges people for this advice. Anyway, this is James.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, what can I help you with, man?
I'm pretty down bad, bro. I dropped like 10K at the strip club a couple months ago, bro. Like I haven't had sex since like high school type shit.
So you smashed some strippers for 10K?
Well, I used to do that, but no, I just like one chick, bro. I just like she like look how
hold up, James. You used to give girls money to fuck.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 years ago when I was living in Cali.
Okay, wow. This guy's a massive addict. Like I said, I don't think I've ever known anyone personally who has ever been to a strip club, nor have I ever had any interest in going to one, so I don't know what their prices are, but I can imagine that 10 grand on strip
$10,000. I could do so much with $10,000. I could do so much. I could pay off so many bills. Holy! Oh my god. And I think it's like, consider this, it's probably more than 10K, right? Because he's been doing this for longer.
strippers and extra special treatment has to be insane. It is crazy drug addict behavior for a guy his age to drop that kind of money on a girl. How did a 23-year-old even get that much money anyway?
How are you doing that?
Bro, there's always money when you're a gambler, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so he's a gambling addict as well as a guy who pays prostitutes. I'm wondering what the psychology behind that is, so of course the next logical move is for Bismarck to ask James to take his shirt off.
Let's see the physique, bro.
Oh, shit, bro. All right, bro. This is what I'm working with right now.
All right. You got it. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what to describe it. It's there. It's just a body that's there, right? It ain't much is going on.
Does Bismarck actually give any advice that required James to take his shirt off? No, he just...
Yeah, he's gay, 100%. Why does he see that? Or does he just want to humiliate people? I don't know. It's just weird.
Just says go to the gym.
Why don't you start going to the gym consistently? Let's start there. The gym will save your life, bro. Sign up for the damn gym tomorrow. The nearest one to you. Upper, lower, upper, lower. You gonna be in that motherfucker 4 days a week.
For sure.
4 days a week? For how long each day? He's not going to do that much work. He has no discipline. You said so yourself.
Jesus Christ.
But I
don't go to the gym fit. I don't go to the gym. I live with my aunt. I pay for booty. I spend 10K on a stripper. So what exactly is good with your life right now?
I mean, fuck, not shit really, bro. Like,
so obviously this guy's kind of aimless and undisciplined, and when you're dealing with people like that, you need to make any change incredibly easy or they won't do it. First off, he looks very weak, and when you're very weak, everything makes you stronger. The good thing is that it's very easy to get strength as a beginner who hasn't lifted before.
Okay, so these are 20-pound dumbbells. Give me the starting position and the end position that I could get to just with these dumbbells at home.
If you properly control your diet and you haven't really lifted weights before, and you're, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years old, in a 6-month time span, we can reliably get you to gain 5 to 10 pounds of muscle, and we can reliably get you to lose, 5 to 7.5 kilos of fat in a 6-month time frame, just by being intelligent about your diet and doing 2 workouts per week at home with your dumbbells, and the workouts each take roughly 20 minutes.
So that's
yeah, it's super easy. When I originally started working out, I did like the interesting thing of just doing like push-ups for like an entire year, every single day, almost every single day, and I looked solid. Simply just through push-ups. Now I've regulated that because doing just push-ups fucked up my back. So I regulated that, but like I changed that. But yeah, you can get far with as a man very easily.
40 minutes a week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not joking. 2 days a week with proper diet and sleep, and you're gaining lots of muscle as a weak guy. Of course, that will diminish as you get stronger and you'll have to work out more. But the whole 6 days a week at the gym for 3 hours a day or whatever crazy shit that you see people doing on YouTube is only necessary when you're closing in on your genetic limit and you're doing stuff like bodybuilding competitions. That stuff is for advanced lifters. All of you average lifters and normies don't need to do that much work. And crazy amounts of muscle isn't attractive to women anyway. To max out your attractiveness to most women, you need to lose weight, get lean, and put on a little bit of muscle. You want to keep your gym activity as basic as you can because it makes it more likely that you'll stay consistent. Next, we find out that James's problems are even worse.
Do you drink?
I do.
How often do you drink?
Like, well, every day, pretty much.
So a gambler, like porn addict, sex addict, whatever you want to call it, and an alcoholic. Bro needs help, if anything, right now.
There needs to be more questioning here, but considering that he went on to say that he drinks every day after work, what is likely happening is that he's using alcohol to regulate his emotions. So, of course, what you would expect Bismarck to do is maybe ask some further questions about why James thinks he needs to drink every day, or how he might emotionally regulate in healthier ways, right? Nope. Bismarck gives advice that's basically equivalent to saying, "You're depressed? Have you tried not being depressed?"
The first order of business, we got a lot of orders of business. The first order of business is you need to stop gambling. Gambling is an addiction.
No shit. Duh. He knows that. Most people know what they should or should not be doing. That's not the problem, and telling a gambling addict to stop gambling doesn't work.
But I'd love to just share a story. So when I was a medical student, didn't really understand much about medicine or psychiatry or humans. I had a patient who came in and was smoking. And so I came in and I was like, he came in, I was like a first year medical student. So I was like, I'm gonna be a doctor one day. And so this person comes in and I'm like, sir, do you know that smoking is dangerous? It can cause lung cancer. It can do this, it can do this, it can do this. So the person's like, yeah, like that sounds bad. I don't want lung cancer. And I was like, great. We're gonna give you like a prescription to help you quit and you can get a nicotine patch. And like, I was like, I'm gonna be a doctor one day. Yeah. So a month later, guy comes in and like I ask him, how's the quitting smoking going? And he's like, well, I'm still smoking.
To actually change your behavior, for one, the outcome of your change needs to be something desirable that you care about. You also need to try and discover what the reason for your addiction is, and day by day, progressively make small lifestyle changes that prevent the triggers for bad behaviors and promote the good behaviors that you're trying to move towards. Check out a book called Atomic Habits. It will help with that a lot.
Yeah, when I used also eating as like a what's the word? A coping mechanism, because like food is the only thing that made me happy for a little while, because I got fat. I jumped from like what 60, 70 kilograms to like almost 100 in like a year. Yeah, that was interesting, and I'm at least like have normal weight now, so I'm happy about that. But still, yeah, it is difficult. You need to find out what causes like this change, and then you have to change that.
Oddly enough, and actually the only good advice that Bismarck gives, relates to the caller's porn use. The caller says he uses porn 5 times a week, and Bismarck says this to help him stop.
Listen, the way you stop this is you need to
5 times a fucking week. Holy. How did I get rid of this, to be fair, honestly? I don't even know. Like 3 years ago. And bro does it 5 times still.
You need to create consequences for watching porn. Make it so hard for yourself to watch porn. Remove the triggers that force you to watch porn. Right? The booty shaking videos, gotta go.
For sure.
The following Instagram models, gotta go. The sites on your phone, block them.
Now, I will say that it was wild to hear Bismarck speak out against pornography, because I would never have guessed that he was anti-porn.
Yeah, block them, replace, once you get the desire, replace it with something else. Just for example, work out. Just do push-ups until you just like don't have any energy left to even want to do it. Very simple.
Based on the things that he says and does. But I do agree with the advice of desexualizing your environment. However, like I said, I never would have guessed that Bismarck is anti-porn, because despite giving this advice, Bismarck uses thirst trapping all the time as clickbait. Like, all the time. Look at these thumbnails. I'm not even sure if I can show them without being penalized by YouTube, so I wonder if he gets demonetized a lot. Or you can look at this video here where he asks women about how long they want a man to last in bed, where he puts this girl in the thumbnail who is wearing such skimpy clothing that they had to censor her as she walked away. The best part of this is that she didn't even answer the question.
My question is, how long do guys usually last?
Why I walk around? I can't even do one push-up. What is my max? I think like in one go. Like something between like 170, 200. I think. What the fuck are you wearing? What is this?
In the bed with you.
They don't last.
What do you mean by that?
They don't last.
You said like, what's the average amount of time? Okay, you know what? What's the fastest a guy ever came?
I'm not doing all this.
No?
You not paying me.
I mean, this...
She's a mom, yeah. Well, there's a good reason why she's a mom, I guess. Let's pray that the kid doesn't find this.
This is the kind of interview where if you were doing cold approaches for content, you would throw it out because she didn't do anything interesting except for the thirst trapping. And seriously, man, you can see that she's pushing a stroller. Why are you approaching a woman to talk about sex in front of a child? So not only does Bismarck thirst trap constantly, but you can see here that in one of his most popular videos, he talks about why you should stop watching porn, and in that video, he thirst traps guys with this B-roll footage that I had to censor. And it's not the only anti-porn video that he does that in. So it's hard for me to believe that he's actually against pornography, considering the thirst trapping, the Coomer advice where he encourages men to sleep with lots of women, and the fact that he looks like he gets his sales ideas from the ads that they show on porn websites, with the whole penis enlargement thing, or the how to last 30 plus minutes in bed, despite most women either not caring about these things or not liking them because being bigger than average or lasting a crazy amount of time in bed is painful for.
I don't know. I never got that far. Never will. Can't comment on that.
For most women. Here are women in his comment section saying that. Not only that, but I found a study recommended by a doctor who is a specialist in this field from that podcast with Dr. K that I showed earlier. She showed this study here, which tested out a handful of the enlargement methods, and none of them worked outside of surgery, and the surgeries can have some pretty severe complications. I think it's highly immoral for Bismarck to prey on people's insecurities about something that they can't change, to sell them a product that doesn't work and could possibly harm them. Anyway, that's it for the caller James. Personally, I would recommend that he shop around and find a therapist who specializes in addiction, and or he joins something like Alcoholics Anonymous and gets a sponsor. The next call that Bismarck does is actually the first call that I ever saw from him. This is 22-year-old Cody, whose girlfriend of 4 years wanted to take a break.
All right, so I'm just looking for like basically relationship advice after like something happened to me. Essentially, I was with the same girl all throughout college, like since freshman year, and just I guess like this is not really relevant, but she never like or we never like did anything. We were just like close in general, like relationship wise, but
What is that? Hold up. We never did anything. What does that mean?
like
You
I'm
never had
still a
sex?
virgin. Like I guess we never like had sex.
Is that on purpose?
Well, I brought it up like once or twice, and she was just not really like for the idea.
Maybe it's just like an insecure teens thing. More like that. I don't know though. I've never had this issue.
So I never wanted to like bug her with it.
Okay, that's bad. 4 years in a relationship with no sex. Why did he stay if that was important to him? And how do you ask twice and not ever try again in 4 years?
So, but right now we're taking a break because she doesn't think that.
I mean, this is obviously in context of them not like 4 years without like sleeping with each other. I had 7 years because I'm waiting on the marriage. Obviously, you can't get married until you're like 18, right? But I guess it's not so bad if like neither of them really wanted. In a sense,
I can provide financially, like moving forward out of college.
You were with a girl for this long, and she's making you wait for 4 years, and now she's telling you that she don't think you can provide.
Yeah, which I mean, I think like now I can provide a little bit more.
You should not. You provide for what? A girl who haven't given you no ass in 4 years?
I know, but I really like I love her, you know. And
You know you don't. No, you don't. You don't love a goddamn thing. She's the only girl who gave you attention.
I think what Bismarck says here at the end is gross and more evidence that he's not capable of a long-term relationship. I have no reason to believe that Cody's feelings weren't genuine, and calling him a desperate loser is not helping. However, it is clear that this relationship is over and he is coping, as in he needs to let this one go. Though I wonder what their serious conversations were like, because with just this information, it's hard for me to believe that they actually talked about anything important, which is why the relationship dragged on for so long. He's not getting what he wants and he failed to communicate that. She clearly didn't get what she wanted because she broke up with him, but in a way where she couldn't just flat out say, this is a breakup. She just kind of made up some excuse, and now he's tricking himself into thinking that the relationship is still there when it's obviously over. So both of them sound like bad communicators, and it sounds like Cody spent the whole relationship lying about what he wants.
Well, I never really thought about like sex too much. It wasn't like a priority.
Yeah, that's a lie. You began the call with, "We never had sex," so obviously that was a priority for you. You were just too afraid to talk about it. Now, considering that he says he's anti-pornography, I'm surprised that Bismarck never brought porn up, because how else do you only mention the topic of sex twice in a 4-year relationship if you aren't getting your needs met somewhere else? If that's the case, then Cody should probably think about the effect that porn is having on him.
It seemed like a normal relationship to me.
A normal relationship where you're not having sex with your girlfriend?
Well, you can't really miss what you don't have, right? What you never had. How can you do that? I wonder if he replaced this with adult content. Just my view, though.
That's not a normal relationship, bro.
I mean, we would like kiss and stuff, but I guess we just never like.
Cody,
Yeah.
is she a virgin?
I've asked, but anytime I talk about it, it's like a touchy subject for her. So I
Oh
don't know.
my God. Oh,
Okay. I'll change my mind. Yeah, this doesn't seem good. I think she is not that attracted to him. She doesn't answer the question. Yeah, she's not. Nope.
I think she is.
Considering that she didn't flat out say that she was when you asked and she tried to pull you off the subject, she's probably not a virgin. Which begs the question, what did she get out of this relationship? He's not giving her money, they aren't having sex, their connection was obviously bad because they broke up. Honestly, I'd like to hear what she had to say about the relationship, because the 4 years doesn't make sense unless she had no other options. But assuming she did, and if I was going to steelman her position because it would help Cody self-reflect, maybe she was waiting for him to become more assertive and he just never did. Basically, every guy I've heard on Bismarck's show who says he has trouble getting women is not assertive. As in, they can't tell people what they want or stand up for themselves. Or maybe he had big dreams and after he graduated college, he gave up on them and that was the final straw for her, which would also stem from a lack of assertiveness. But I guess questions like this were not important because Bismarck is too busy making fun of Cody and talking about how many other guys his ex is having sex with.
this is highway robbery. Boy, what in the world? This is grade A finessing right here. She need to come on the stream. Hey, she need to come teach us how the fuck did she finesse your ass for 4 years to not give you no booty.
Well, right now we're kind of talking casually. I
She's
kind of
letting somebody else hit, Cody. Somebody else is in them guts. Somebody else is smashing. Just like somebody else.
Sure.
Yeah, we don't. Just like we don't know that if she was.
I don't think this is the right way to do this. If anything, now what you're doing is you're making him even more insecure, which will only make it worse for the next relationship. This is not good advice. You're just shitting on this man. What?
Was smashing somebody else before you. Yeah. La La Land. You're living in a Disney movie. You're living in a fairy tale, bro. She played you.
I don't get how this is grade A finessing since he was broke and she burned 4 years of her life on this relationship. Honestly, I think it's far more probable that she stayed because she had no other options. And you can see Cody getting mad during the interview, as this is the second or third time that Bismarck has put the imagery of this guy's ex banging other dudes in his head, and he does it like 5 times during the video. So, hey moron, if your callers are mad at you, then they aren't going to listen. Now, it's one thing to laugh at and bully a good friend that you know well when they've gone through some hardships, especially if their own bad decisions led to those hardships. It kind of depends on the context. However, if a friend of mine just got broken up with after a 4-year relationship, I'm not going to laugh at him and tell him about how many dudes are banging his ex instead of him. That is so messed up, and it makes me think that Bismarck doesn't give a shit about his viewers, which is why he'll scam them with bullshit like penis enlargement pill.
Just imagine shitting on your friend after he like broke up with his girlfriend. I couldn't do that. I would throw hands. I would throw hands immediately.
Like he is 10 seconds away from running a crypto scam. Cody is blatantly telling him what the problem is, and Bismarck is either not paying attention or he's too incompetent to actually help.
You let a girl basically finesse you for 4 years. You got nothing out of it, and then she left you for some shit that she doesn't even have.
Yes, but I just like I'm still like attached to her. Like I
You're
guess
not
like
attached to her. You know you're not. Bullshit.
Okay, this is the second time that Bismarck has invalidated how Cody feels and fails to listen to the reason for why he called. Not to mention that Bismarck gives terrible advice when it comes to long-term relationships. I'm not kidding. I literally watched a video where he told his audience to break up with or cheat on a girl that they liked if she shows up 10 minutes late one time.
What? What the hell is that? You don't Kill all cheaters. I don't care.
You're never gonna put any girl on a pedestal because you know you can always get a new one. A con to having a main chick is you're now relying on her for box. She's now your only source of box. So in the beginning, when you were dating 2 or 3, 4 girls, you could easily check her. You could easily, drop her. You could easily call out bad behavior. But when you make her your main chick, you stop.
I need my own planet. I need my own planet so I don't have to share this world with these motherfuckers. Jesus Christ. The problem is that women are fine with this. The problem is that women are fine with this. Because the modern woman is sharing guys. My hate for humanity is 100% warranted.
Dating other women, now she becomes your main source of box, and now you don't really want to mess that up. So now you're not as decisive. You're not as you're tolerating bad behavior. It's easier for you now to tolerate bad behavior. It's easier for you now to.
I also hate how everything is revolving around sleeping with a woman. It is so weird. It is so weird. What about the other stuff? What about the other stuff? What is about caring about you? What is about, like, I don't know, a woman who cooks for you, who like, you come home from work and there's like a warm meal standing on the table. What about qualities as a mother? What about those things? What about the emotional support? Huh? Like, for the past 28 minutes, every time he talks about women, it's just like about fucking. What about everything else? This seems pretty lonely. This seems very much I can't get anybody to commit to me. Not that I could, but it's just it's weird.
Let some things slide. Oh, you just sweep it under the rug. Oh, she showed up 10 minutes late. You just sweep it under the rug. When you were dating 3, 4, 5 girls, you're not having that. It doesn't matter how good the box is. If she show up late, you could be spending that time with another girl. So you're gonna check her on it. You on your purpose, so you don't have time to waste. You're gonna call her out on it. You're gonna make sure she knows not to waste your time. You're gonna be like, hey baby, look, you're late.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. What he actually said was that if you have a girlfriend, you should already be cheating on her, so that if she makes one small mistake...
You think this man thinks of that? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. The problem is that the majority of the people out there, men and women, don't think like me. Fucking hate this planet. Nuke it. Nuke the entire thing. Flawed it again! I don't care about the promise. Flawed it again!
You can replace her with a different girl instantly. I don't see how that's not a very abusive relationship where he is constantly threatening to leave her if she does one wrong thing. And I shit you not, I just watched a podcast where Bismarck says it's wrong when women cheat.
Yeah, I think you also have to just... A lot of guys, I think they immediately get shut down because a girl does one thing that they don't like. And obviously, up front, there are certain red flags that are deal breakers. But I also think every person in the world, myself and yourself included, even the most pure girl included, has red flags. Right?
Yeah,
There's no perfect person.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's some red flags that she cheated on you. I mean, maybe that's not a red flag. Maybe that's just like,
That's
this is out. That's out.
Yeah.
But there are deal breakers like that.
Yeah.
To be clear, Bismarck said that cheating is not simply a red flag, it disqualifies you.
Which shit makes sense, right? That shit makes sense. It's just that it's rules for thee and not for me. I can cheat. My partner can't. My god, I hate this. I hate motherfuckers like this. Fucking hypocrites.
I mean, I agree, but this is a very ironic thing for him to say. Now, for context, that video about being 10 minutes late is almost 3 years old, but Bismarck essentially gives Cody the same advice at the end of their conversation, so I don't believe his thoughts have changed.
You guys pedestalize women out of scarcity. Most of men's problems is because we don't have another option. If you had 2 or 3 girls who you found attractive, you wouldn't be dealing with your girlfriend right now. Guarantee you, all you guys who have a girlfriend right now that's treating you like shit, that's not giving you no ass, that's disrespecting you, if you had 2 or 3 other girls, you wouldn't be dealing with her.
I have no idea why anyone would ever consult this guy for advice on a long-term relationship.
God, I want to run this guy over with a truck or something, or like a tank, or want him hit with a meteor. Oh my god, I really want to hit him with a meteor, please. Just pick your partner more wisely.
But the actual reason that Cody is calling is because he's still attached to his ex and he doesn't know how to get over it. Now, because Bismarck fails to give Cody any meaningful advice on this topic, I'm just going to answer this. Breakups suck, and the only real cure for them is time away from the person. First and foremost, once a breakup happens, especially one from a relationship that lasted 4 years, you want to be sure that you have very limited contact with your ex. Preferably don't contact her at all for at least 6 months. After the 6 months, you can decide if you're still going to be friendly, or if you're going to keep them permanently removed from your life. It depends on the relationship. But the more you contact her, or try to contact her, the more you'll get the flashbacks with the rose-colored glasses of all the good times that you had, and the more you'll feel depressed. Last, for that 6-month period, do whatever you can to distract yourself from thinking about your ex. The best way to do that is by talking to and spending time with your friends and family. Go out and do stuff. Go back to your hobbies. Play some video games.
I did the other extreme. I became a workaholic. I became a workaholic. So yeah, that is my thing. That's what I did. I turned into a I turned fat and into a workaholic.
Do some self-improvement. Work on your career. The more time passes, the easier things will get.
And then I lost weight and I'm still a workaholic.
And the better you'll feel. Next is quite possibly the only good piece of advice that Bismarck gives Cody during the whole call.
Listen, you can't let this happen to you again. You do not be with a woman who is not romantically interested in you if that's what you want.
Correct. You shouldn't be with a woman who isn't romantically interested in you. So I agree with what Bismarck said to Cody. However, he almost immediately follows it up with a bad take, and stuff like this is why I don't believe that Bismarck has actually been in a long-term relationship, or at least a healthy long-term relationship.
I've never really had to think about anybody new, and I feel like I would need some sort of connection with someone before we like ever got to like sex or anything like that.
You had a connection with a girl for 4 years who didn't let you fuck. So what are you talking about? Which connection? Connection what?
Well, like I just thought our connection would grow, but I guess I was like wrong.
Bro, there's no way in the world, bro. How many of you guys can connect without getting some ass? Raise your hand if you can connect. Everybody who watching right now, can you connect with a girl if she ain't fucking you?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Because there's other things that are important as well.
Because I can't. I don't know how you. I don't know what's connecting we finna do.
What? You're telling guys to not build a connection with someone before you do an act that can result in a pregnancy? Now, he says later that he's not telling Cody to sleep around, but he essentially is saying that sex comes before a relationship, which is kind of the behavior of someone who sleeps around. He also sort of tells Cody at the end to sleep around, so his stance on this whole thing is very confusing. But shouldn't you, talk to a girl a bit before having sex? Make sure you at least somewhat get along or have similar values? You know, make sure she's not crazy. How is this not the same degeneracy as feminism? Recommending casual sex and casual sex behaviors as a good thing, and saying that sex should come before there is a connection. Well, I guess that's just the kind of advice that you get from someone who does cringe shit like call himself an alpha male.
I don't really connect if we ain't fucking. I don't even know if I like you.
So I'm at the point where I don't believe he's anti-porn at all. I
don't believe he is either. I don't believe it. I don't. He's pro sleeping around. I don't see it. I really don't see it.
He lies about it. He has so many takes that defeat the whole purpose of being against pornography, like the promotion of sexual promiscuity or selling supplement ideas that it looks like he stole from Pornhub. Outside of that, this is like advice for losers and future absent fathers. What do you mean you don't know if you like a girl until you've had sex? Are you just having sex with random strangers and then finding out who they are afterwards? Not only is that stupid, it's gross. Having 100+ sexual partners doesn't...
I love that the word alpha. I can't... This word is... What does that even mean? What does alpha even mean? It's just like a bastardization of somebody who has leadership qualities, but this guy doesn't really have leadership qualities. Because, when we look like Animal Kingdom, the word alpha is always associated with leadership. But who are you leading? You're not leading a family. You're probably barely running a company, to be fair. What exactly are you leading?
Make you cool. It makes you a disease vector. Or, he's lying about his experience. I mean, he could be lying because a lot of these high-value alpha male red pillars lie about how successful they are with women.
So what's your body count?
Man, I forgot, bro. I don't even know.
Yeah, that's not a suspicious answer. Did you forget because your number is too high? Or did you forget because your number is actually really low and you're embarrassed to say because your branding is that it's cool to have casual sex? And by saying he's lying, I mean there are so many red flags that this guy has never actually had a serious...
This guy never had a serious relationship. I can openly and proudly say my body count is 0.
Serious relationship, and probably doesn't have a ton of experience with random women like he says he does. Outside of that, since Bismarck seems to be incapable of giving good advice that would lead to a healthy long-term relationship, let me just finish up with Cody real quick. Like I said earlier, Cody needs to distance himself from his ex and get used to not being around her. Other than that, he needs to list out what the problems with him were in the relationship and work on those so that he's not the exact same person he was with his ex in his next relationship. Just from the call, he should probably get his income up and he should probably spend more time learning how to stand up for himself or have difficult conversations with people. If you pay attention and you're around other people frequently, you'll find opportunities to do that a lot. Now that we've talked about all that, I have to say that it is very clear that Bismarck's conversational skills, at least when it comes to women, are terrible. For starters,
absolutely horrendous. They are. I'm starting to believe that this guy does not get any girls at all. Maidenless, as one would say it. Hey, what did I say? What did you say?
He says weird stuff like this.
If you're seeing your girlfriend more than twice a week, you run the risk of you guys losing the mystery in the relationship. I worry about experiences, not just time spent. When you see her once or twice a week, you give her a good time, you have fun, you guys do fun stuff. So now she's missing that, thinking about you. But if you're seeing her every single day, you can't have those experiences stack up. It's now more focused on time spent, which can get very boring, can ruin the relationship in my opinion, than experiences shared together.
What? This guy talks about having a family and settling down, But if you're so bad at conversational skills that you can't think of something to say if you see your chick more than once or twice a week, then how do you expect to live with a woman or handle raising a family?
Like, think about this. When he says, like, you shouldn't be, like, together with your girlfriend all the time, it's like, how does this work when I'm married? How does this work when I live with her together? Should I just, like, avoid her on, like, Tuesdays and Thursdays? What?
Not to mention that since Bismarck's content is basically entirely focused on sex, he's telling guys to do all this work and make all that money so they can have sex once a week, maybe twice. This is potentially sex 4 times a month, and that's if you're having sex every time you see each other. Well, I mean, it's potentially 4 times unless he's telling people to cheat and sleep with multiple women at the same time, which is something I know he's said to do in the past.
As someone who values quality time, oh hell no, how can you even get to know a person? It's like, when I look back at my last relationship, we saw each other every single day for 7 years straight. We get not yet tired of each other whatsoever. I don't know. Maybe we were just like, maybe I'm also just like the exception of, like, I just, if I like a person, I can't get enough of them. It's like, I don't know, maybe not.
But I'm sure he knows that only a small percentage of guys can get lots of girls, because red pillers repeat that idea constantly, which means that for the vast majority of his audience, he's basically not only telling them to rarely have sex while they're on nofap, but also never develop a close relationship. So for the most part, this guy is supposed to be like the ultimate pickup artist alpha male who sells coaching lessons, yet he's telling you to not have sex with a new partner more than once or twice a week because his conversational skills are so bad that it might spoil the mystery, and he won't be able to think of anything interesting to do or talk about. Speaking of lessons on how to talk to women, Bismarck has uploaded some content to show his skill at cold approaching women on the street, so let's see what he's got.
Hey, excuse me. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
How you doing today?
Good.
What's your name?
Cassie.
You look good, Cassie. I want to take you out sometime.
Oh, it's okay. Sorry, I have a boyfriend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
What was that? Was that supposed to be game? Is this how an alpha male picks up women? He didn't even talk to her. He was just like, hi, how you doing? How you doing? Go out.
Also, he just steps in a way, and like, it's like really like intrusive, and like, I don't know, it's like kind of also disrespectful. Really weird.
With me. He says how you doing twice. But does he not understand how weird it is for a stranger to walk up to you and immediately say, go out with me? Jeez, I thought Walter from Fresh and Fit was bad at this. Now surely all the approaches can't be that awful, right?
Hey, excuse me. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
What's your name?
Ballet.
Ballet.
Yeah.
Where you from?
I'm from here, but I'm Colombian.
Oh, you Colombian. Oh, I think you look nice. I can take you out.
No, thank you.
Okay.
What the fuck? That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. You involve them in you have a conversation. You involve them in something, like, you involve them in a conversation. That just not only goes for dates. That goes like for like even just making new friends. What is this? Like, hey, hello, you look good. Let's go out. What is this? Huh?
Don't show the black pill guys this one. Chad or Tyrone is getting rejected. I thought if you were attractive, you could say whatever you wanted to a woman, and she would just be all over you in a second. Is it possible that Bismarck, who obviously spent a lot of time on his appearance, I mean, he had quite the glow up, but is it possible that Bismarck is getting rejected here because he's being creepy and not even trying to get to know these strangers before he asks for their phone number? But okay, I found one where he actually says 2 sentences before asking the girl out. Let's see what happens.
Oh, excuse me. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
What's your name?
Sophia.
Sophia. Where you from?
Born in Moscow.
Moscow?
Yes.
What are you doing in Miami?
Just trying to do some stuff.
Trying to do... Really? You visiting?
No, I actually live here.
Oh, really?
Live here, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Holy crap, this has to be the most boring conversation that I've ever watched in a video. Like, this guy is a beginner at cold approaching women.
It feels like she's picking up him. Because she say way more than he is. Like, oh wow, okay, really? What the fuck is this? I can do that better.
Is this the first time he's done it? I mean, he says this later in the video.
First thing I learned about rejection is...
The title of the video is, I got rejected by 100 baddies in Miami. Well, he only showed like 4 of them, so we have no idea if he actually approached 100 girls for this video, and that's a lot if you filmed it in one day, which is probably the case. But what do you mean you learned about rejection after approaching 100 women? As in, what you learned after you filmed this video? You're supposed to be the expert. You're supposed to be an alpha male. You should already know. You shouldn't be learning. And I mean, for someone who charges people for this advice, approaching 100 girls is not that many. Like, it's nothing. He should be in the thousands of approaches. But obviously Bismarck hasn't really talked to that many women because all of these conversations have been awful. Now, usually when you talk to a girl, or anyone, you want some sort of conversational hook, especially if it's a cold approach. Back in the old days, pickup artists would have canned lines that were designed to spark a conversation and tease the girl no matter what her answer was. For example, do you floss before or after you brush your teeth? Strangely, that can be a very polarizing conversation starter, but whatever she says, just take the opposite position, you have a flirty argument, and now she's more interested. You don't have to use a canned line, though. You can give an observation that you have about her, or you can comment on something that she's wearing, like a necklace, or something that she's carrying, like a yoga mat, because girls will do that in the city a lot. Use that to start a conversation that's not, where are you from?
Oh, wow. You just moved here?
Kind of. Long story, but...
So right here, Bismarck misses an opportunity to make the conversation.
Hi, dude, that's a bit basic. I have amazing riz. Probably. Seems like it. Why you're not finding a guy, though, then? That would be the next question, if you have amazing riz.
More interesting. She says, it's a long story. When people say things like that, there is typically a lot of energy around it, which is interesting. If he can successfully turn that into a flirty or a deep conversation, not only have they had a fun or impactful moment, but she's also shared a personal story which helps build connection before you get to something more intimate like sex. Now, obviously, because it's personal and you're talking to a stranger, you have to use your own intelligence and experience to gauge whether certain questions are appropriate for the conversation or not, or if you can figure out an appropriate way to talk about something that's more personal. But there were several points where Bismarck could have taken this conversation in a more interesting direction, and he misses every time. Another example is she said earlier that she's from Moscow. An easy thing to say would be, Moscow, teach me how to say something in Russian. Not to say that a line like this would guarantee success, but if you're good at conversation...
Where should I talk to men? On the street? Yeah. If I had to do that, so if I did that, or tried at least, yes, you have to do that as well.
And you're reasonably comfortable around women, then you'll find areas to press into to make the conversation more interesting. So if he's claiming to have had tons of success with women, how is he so bad at this? These things I'm saying should just be something he naturally does. Anyway, after like a grand total of 30 seconds of talking to this chick, Bismarck tries to close the deal.
I mean, I lived in Fort Lauderdale, now I'm back here again, but...
Okay, how come the move?
Break up.
Break up?
For the best.
Damn.
For the better.
And this might be the stars aligning then,
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Really? So what do you do for fun?
I was doing insurance, but I'm kind of like more heading towards the real estate route, so I do that and then modeling, but not only fashion, just modeling.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
like
cool.
Commercial and stuff like that. Yeah.
Where are you heading to now?
I was actually gonna go to the mall.
Okay.
Yeah.
You seem like a cool person.
Yeah.
We should hang out.
I have a boyfriend.
Okay. No worries.
I will point out that girls will just say they have a boyfriend because it's an easy way to reject it.
Yeah, it's an easy way to get out, and like I personally don't like it. Just like be straight up honest. I like being girls who are blunt, like straight up honest. I like that. Shows character and not like fearing of what you say. But that's just me. But yeah, it is an easy way to get rid of somebody. Also, I think it's also due to prevent to like somebody continuing to approach you.
The guy. I point this out because she said that she just moved to Miami because of a breakup. Now she could have instantly got with another guy, but considering what she said prior, I think it's likely that she's single. Outside of that, I'm surprised that Bismarck opted to end the conversation prior to finding out that she allegedly had a boyfriend, especially considering that she said she was free and she was just going to walk around the mall. Why didn't he try to go on an instant date with her? When she said she was going for a walk, he could have said, "Hey, I know a great coffee place or an ice cream place or a bar in this mall. Let's go get something." Or, "This mall has the weirdest statue. I gotta show you it." They're both free that day, so why not? Again, pretending that it was the case that she didn't say that she had a boyfriend at the end, if Bismarck wants the best chance of getting a real phone number from her or a text back, then he needs to actually give her some time to get to know him. This is like cold approaching and sales 101. Build rapport with the person that you're trying to influence. Alright, that was a few of Bismarck's cold approaches. Now we get to hear his perceptions on why he got rejected.
First thing I learned about rejection is most women reject men that come up to them because he's not already pre-qualified. Now,
Yeah. True. I would say that he's kind of correct with that. I do also think it's about this what situation. Not always is a good idea to straight up reject someone. I mean, like, not like you approach someone and they're like straight up, ugh, get away from me. I mean, like, you know, you have a conversation, you ask for the number, she says no, and that'll be it. No, like, lied reasons. At least for me, like, if you don't have a boyfriend, you don't need to tell me you have a boyfriend in order to reject me. Just say, hey, I'm not feeling it, so I don't want to go out with you. Very simple. I don't want to give you a number. Very simple. I like honesty. Just like I am very honest.
Now, why is this so important? When I'm walking on the streets or when I'm, anywhere, I get a lot of choosing signals. Girls look at me, right? But they don't necessarily know who I am. A lot of women have had experiences with men being creepy, men being weird, and women, they like social proof. They want you to be socially proven. So rejection a lot of the times, guys, happens because the woman hasn't pre-qualified you.
Pre-qualified? They don't know who you are? What? You didn't do anything to let them get to know you. You just said hi and almost immediately tried to close on every girl. Okay, so this guy is delusional and knows very little about women. Any person who is not in one of the pill spaces can see that they said no because he didn't become more than a random stranger before asking for personal...
Yeah, also, you just came up, yo, how are you? Where are you from? You're good, let's go out. You then have a boyfriend date, what? Huh? I'm confused. This is the grammar again.
Personal contact information like a phone number. There was no connection, no flirting, no one laughed, nobody's personality was shown, no small moments of interest. He created the driest conversation imaginable. Who would want to go out with a guy like that? That date is going to be super awkward.
This is why you will notice that, like say for instance, I can get a whole lot of matches on dating apps because I have set myself up to look a certain way. You probably getting rejected thinking, hold up, I'm doing this work, I'm looking good. Why are these girls not paying attention to me? Chances are she already has denied you before you came up to her.
The black pillars would love that argument, and I get it now. He only understands the looks aspect, which I will give him. He is very good at that. But this guy has no idea how to talk to women. He certainly knows how to improve his appearance, but...
That's what you meant. I read again, okay. I'm a Dragon Ball fan, I can't read. What do you expect from me?
I would never pay this guy to teach me social skills, because he 100% relies on his appearance to get women. With all that into perspective, to be honest, I learned this next part late into the research process, but Bismarck is 27 years old. His red pill awakening happened at like 21 or 22, at which point he said that he was terrible with women prior. Then a year later, COVID hits and radically shifts dating towards apps because people weren't allowed to go outside. So how would he practice cold approaching? Which means he's basically a beginner at talking to women in person, and he's asking viewers to pay him for advice on it. Also, I found out that he allegedly has been dating a girl long term, and I say allegedly because he has a habit of lying and scamming people, which is common in the red pill space, by the way.
I think that his looks very much carried him through a lot of things. How does Dragon Ball have to do with your reading? Even Goku can read that. There's a meme in the Dragon Ball community that Dragon Ball fans can't read. Or Dragon Ball fans don't watch their own show. It's a meme.
By the way. And as far as I can see, he's never shown this girl. But allegedly, he's been dating a girl for a few years and he openly cheats on her. I guess she's okay with doing that because she's either a pushover or she's doing it too, and this is not an actual relationship. Wait, if he's working 80 hours a week...
Yeah, exactly. Is it the open relationship type?
Approaching random women and seeing them once or twice a week, how does he have time for this girl that he's been with for a while? Like, he is definitely lying about a number of things. For example, here's a podcast that released one day before the Work 80 Hours a Week or You're Not a Man video, where Bismarck acknowledges that working crazy long hours is stupid.
Yeah, and also I think as you get more into like business and entrepreneurship, you start to learn more like what a high leverage activity is.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times we need even less hours of work than we think. Meaning that if we just know like these are like the things, but a lot of times I think we just stay busy being busy. You know what I mean? It's like I got so much shit to get done.
So why are you giving your viewers the opposite advice? Also, I've watched him tell people to break up with or ghost women for minor things, which I showed earlier, and because of that, I doubt that he has a lot of patience or conflict resolution skills. So, mysterious girl who's been with him for a while, if you're listening, this is not a relationship that's going to last long enough to raise a family.
One advice I will give that I think has kind of a little bit of truth to it. Never go, what's the word? Never go to bed being angry at your girlfriend or boyfriend. This needs to be like, if you get into a fight, this needs to be fixed on the same day. Another advice: you can still have an argument and still speak lovingly with your partner. That is still possible. You can still speak into a manner that's loving.
Family, you really run the risk of becoming a single mother here. And let me just continue this rant because why not? For the sake of his anti-porn grift, Bismarck does this interview here.
Do you still watch porn?
No.
How long has it been?
Maybe about 6 months ago.
How old are you?
57. I've been married for 27 years.
You still need to watch porn even with a wife?
Just to see what's going on in the internet world.
What exactly you need to see? You got your wife. Don't you love your wife?
Of course I do.
Such a strange thing for Bismarck to say because just a few months ago, he was openly bragging about how his alleged long-term girlfriend lets him cheat on her.
I got a girl now. I've been seeing for like a few years.
Oh, dope.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I care about her. She's solid. But I do tell her that like I on the side I'm gonna do, but it's never gonna be in her face. I'm honest. Like I don't feel like I'm 100% ready.
If I was his girlfriend, I would make his life a living hell. I would get him to marry me and then divorce this little shit immediately.
Ready to be sexually exclusive with one girl, but I do want to have a partner.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm honest about that. I care about you. I love you. I want you to be in my life. I do want a future with you. I've made this clear.
So you're open to marrying her, for example?
Partner. Maybe not married.
Okay. But like you're open to monogamy in the future.
Yes, and a family.
What fantasy land have you put her in to make her think that you will honestly go from cheating on her?
What kind of money did you pay her? I need to know. Again, you know what I think of cheaters? I've said it a couple times. I don't need to say it. I wouldn't even talk to him. I feel disgusted by him. I could never be be friends with somebody like that. I could not even like work with somebody like that. That wouldn't work. I would constantly send a barrage of criticism at him and like insults.
For years to not cheating on her. This girl is either not real or she has severe mental health problems if she's willing to put up with this. Anyway, to further prove my point that Bismarck is a beginner at talking to women in person, that last video that we watched was him purposefully showing rejections. But even when he doesn't get rejected, he still is just as bad at conversation. I'm not going to go over all of these. I'll just show the girl that I thought he was most likely to have pulled for a date instead of getting a fake phone number.
My name is Bismarck. What's your name?
My name is Susie.
Susie? Where are you from?
Nice to meet you. Well, I'm from Utah. I'm just visiting.
Utah. What brought you to Miami?
Just visiting. I needed some time off, you know.
This cameraman sucks. Even the cameraman taking strays here.
Lots of stress. So.
A lot of stress. So Miami's a place of de-stress?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Oh, yeah? How long are you here for?
It was about 4 days, Mark.
This is so boring. I keep having to cut things short because I'm afraid people will click off my video. Hi, where are you from? Is that an interesting conversation to you? Why not just talk about the weather or some other lame small talk? Here's a better entry. She's holding ice cream, so like I said, you can comment on an
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like she's holding ice cream. What kind of flavor is that? What is, I don't know. What is her favorite flavor? Whatever. I don't know.
that she has on her. What I might say is, oh my god, I'm so hungry. Where did you get that ice cream? Now you're talking about food, and food is naturally entertaining to people. You can even throw in one of those canned openers like, do you think pineapple belongs on pizza? The answer to this is obvious. Pineapple is disgusting on pizza, but whatever.
Based. I agree. Based. It is.
She says you can take the opposite position on purpose and turn that into a flirty argument. Or you can agree with what she says and make fun of all the people who say that pineapple should be on pizza.
Or not, Roddick.
You know what the great thing about asking her where she got that ice cream is? It doesn't require you to ask a chick that you just met where she lives, which is a piece of information that she might not be willing to tell a random stranger right away. Moving on, Bismarck misses like 10 different opportunities to spice up the conversation. Here was the most obvious one.
So what have you done that was exciting this time?
Well, like I said, I don't really have any crazy plans. I'm just trying to relax and think. So.
You relax and think from Utah? That's crazy.
So here she's informing him that she's free and doesn't have much to do. As a resident of Miami, you would think that Bismarck would have said something like, you don't have any good plans? I know a place. You have to see it. Now, in my understanding...
Never tried, can't say. Some people like it, some people don't like it. I do not like it. I don't think that the pineapple goes well with the tomato, and it's just, ugh.
Of the timeline, Bismarck had just moved to Miami a few months prior, so he might have an excuse for not knowing what's good. However, he touts himself as a guy who is good enough socially to charge money for it, and I gotta say, I'm not a super social person, but like a month after I moved to Texas, I could have told her an interesting place to go. Not to mention that Bismarck had already visited Miami before to hang out with other creators, so he could have easily just told her, I know a place that you would love, but it's a surprise. I'll tell you later. And then just not tell her what it is until his friends tell him where to go. This is not very complicated. It doesn't even have to be that great of a spot if you're good at conversation. Now, the rest of his video is about another minute of boring conversation, so I'm just going to skip to the end.
So what are you doing later today?
Nothing, just probably gonna go out and eat somewhere.
By yourself?
Yeah,
that's a pretty boring life.
Do?
Wow. Okay. I won't keep it too long. I gotta get going. But Susie, right? Okay, we should hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Because I'm in town 4 more days. I've got a lot going on, so.
Okay. I'm gonna get your number.
Okay.
Cool. I'm gonna shoot you a text.
All right. Well,
thank you.
Bro has become successful. One time.
Nice meeting you.
All right. Bye.
Yet another opportunity to go on an instant date. She just told you that she's not really doing anything. You're doing nothing either. Go on a date. Now, understandably, he's filming approaches for a video. He probably is just trying to rack them up for content. However, if he rizzed this girl up and pulled her for a date right then and there, that's a video, just one approach. It would probably also get vastly more views and make you look very good in front of your audience. Cold approach videos used to get millions of views on YouTube, but they don't seem to anymore because all of these red pill guys suck at it. The whole point of the instant date is to take a girl multiple places so that the time that you have spent with her seems more dynamic and interesting, which will make her more likely.
I wouldn't call that successful. At least he got the number. At least he got the number. The conversation was boring, yeah, but at least he got the number. At least he got a number. I only get the Instagram of the Snapchat.
To respond to a phone call or a text. Even something as small as walking to a different part of the room you're in with the person that you're talking to will get this trick to work. This is actually a universal technique and one of the primary ways that I get views on YouTube. I'm always taking the audience multiple places and shifting topics so that the videos appear more interesting. It's why I rarely react to a singular video, and if I do, I will typically throw in some sort of B story or small diversion to make my content seem less linear. So the instant date is a great way to build interest, or you get to instantly find out that you aren't a good match instead of having to wait a day or several days. But I don't know.
The fuck? I don't want your number, dear. What the hell? I don't want your number.
Maybe we just caught Bismarck at his worst. Maybe he's nervous because he's cold approaching and he's not used to it. How about we see him in a warmer setting? In this video, he's going to teach us how to keep a conversation going with an attractive girl in his apartment or wherever.
So how you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you doing?
Awesome. Very nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Ina, yes.
Okay. So where are you from?
Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Yes.
So what brought you to Miami?
Beautiful life.
War. War brought her to Miami. It's just war.
Life over here, sunny, weather, people, and anyway, in the States. So everyone was.
This is 100% a hooker. This is 100% a hooker. You can tell me this is not a hooker.
to live in Miami. So it's like luxury lifestyle, active like sport life, you know.
Bro, come on. This is so awkward and boring. I'm trying to keep my audience from falling asleep here. This guy talks like an NPC with fixed dialogue and gives the same job interview questions to every woman. But not only that, she starts the conversation by telling you that she's a gold digger who came to Miami for a luxury lifestyle. You thought it was a smart idea to post this for your audience, especially considering that I just watched you make fun of a guy who you said got finessed?
How long have you been here?
2 years.
2 years?
Yes.
I just got here a year ago.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I was born in Nigeria,
Okay.
but I grew up in Louisiana,
Okay.
and I was traveling the last few years.
Right. Him coming from Nigeria makes sense considering his content. Does he know any princes?
Where have you been? Have you been to Colombia?
No, I haven't been in Colombia. I travel a lot. So I've been in Dubai, I've been in China, I've been in UK, I mean, all like France,
What?
Italy. Yeah, I travel really a
This is a hooker. This is 100% a hooker. I can only repeat myself. He paid her to do this.
lot. So I danced before, as in,
Okay.
like it was like a sport dance.
Sport dance.
Yeah, so we we travel a lot.
So she's a traveling dancer who's been to Dubai, which is like the gold digger capital of the world. Outside of that, you can see she looks incredibly bored here. I honestly don't think that Bismarck makes her laugh once during this conversation or caused her to have a deep thought, as in things that would help build a connection.
This is how my boss looks at a job interview. This is exactly how it looks. This might as well be a job interview.
Sure, she laughs at things that she said herself, but genuine laughter was not caused by Bismarck. In fact, even worse, the body language is terrible here. Her legs are crossed away from him, and she's leaning back into the couch away from him as well, signifying that she's not comfortable around him. Meanwhile, our alpha male teacher, who constantly talks about how he is so popular that there is no way that he would be needy for any one woman, is leaning into a girl who is leaning away from him and sort of doing this hover hand thing with the couch. Even worse, he chooses this image for the thumbnail, which makes him look even more like a needy beta male. Here, Bismarck, let me help you by picking a different frame. Use this for the thumbnail instead. But anyone who believes that he gets lots of girls is not good with women. Even if he did solely rely on his appearance, if he was getting lots of girls, he wouldn't be this dry conversationally because of all the free practice. There is zero sexual tension in this conversation. At no point does he try to initiate some sort of touch contact with her, and there is nothing to indicate that this girl likes him. If he was actually good with women, all of this stuff would have been obvious.
I mean, chances are he paid her. Why would she feel any attraction towards him? No, stop this. Is torture. Yeah, that's why I'm watching it. It's torture.
And there's no way he would have posted a video that makes him look this bad. For comparison, allow me to show you how girls react when a guy is actually an air quote high-value man who women want.
Ask me a question.
Okay. Do I look at the camera?
Do whatever you want to do.
How many tattoos do you have now?
I think there's too many to count at this point. So I just kind of consider it one on this arm now because it's connected.
Can I feel
But
it?
You can feel it, yeah.
Oh my god.
It just feels like skin.
I know. I feel my skin.
Now, obviously, this is going to be more of an extreme example because
When is it my turn? I want to be touched like that.
Justin is a celebrity.
When is it my turn again? That's a better wording.
But see how this girl is excited and immediately went to touch his hand, followed by her trying to have more touch contact by rubbing her arm against his. Women will find excuses to touch you when they like you, and as someone who probably has experienced this a lot, you can see that Justin remains unfazed as this chick is very forward, suggesting that unlike Bismarck, he actually has lots of experience with women. Not only that, but he actually knows how to flirt.
Hey guys, I'm here with Justin Bieber and I can't talk.
What was that? That just happened. Was that your voice?
Yeah, I can't talk. I literally lost my
She
voice.
can't talk.
Dear, you're not beating the gay allegations. Again.
What's your real voice?
Oh my god.
You trying to kiss me?
Yeah.
You do the kissing.
He's teasing her, he's playful, he keeps the sexual boundaries more appropriate for someone he just met when she tried to kiss him. This is game. Game is not whatever the hell this is.
Gotcha. So, so Dubai was a lot more
Yeah,
easygoing.
it was easy, and men is there more.
Men
they
are
treat,
what?
yeah, men they treat you way better than in
They said the
the
men treat you better in Dubai?
Yeah, there, yes.
Oh, so they what did they spoil you more?
Yeah, they spoil
That's
more.
Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, I was like, they're. I mean, like they're more. Like to take care of their girls, and plus, their woman is a woman, so.
Gotcha.
Again, literally telling you that she's a gold digger. I'm surprised that she didn't let the term princess treatment slip. Here's the funny part. After several...
God, I hate that term. God, I hate that term. Are you secretly a femboy? I don't see another reason why Deer wants you. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. He hasn't seen me yet. And I'm for sure no femboy. I don't wear those thigh highs. So I wouldn't know.
Several minutes of Bismarck failing to riz this girl, she runs game on him.
You say you like to work out too?
Yeah.
Or do you go like Pilates?
No, just work out.
You go to the gym?
Yeah, just work out.
What kind of gym do you go to? What are you doing in the gym?
Guess.
I don't know.
Guess which one?
This is like the reverse of a cold approaching technique where a girl asks you something about yourself, like how old are you, and you say, guess. It's a very easy way to be playful and fun, and you can see that Bismarck's body language changes here, and he is the one who is more interested, as he, the alpha male, has the girl lead the conversation.
Guess which one?
Do which one?
Where are you going?
Me?
Yeah.
Equinox.
So she's picking on him. Uno reverse!
You go to my gym?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
What?
Yes.
Hey, so is that where I saw you before?
Probably yes.
Bro, you are the target. That chick said she was like a hostess at a restaurant and maybe sells makeup, yet she can afford Equinox? Well, technically most people can afford Equinox, but it's going to be hard to convince them to pay $200 a month for a gym.
$235, $245, $315, $385 monthly. She's the one with the real riz? Yeah. Because she wants his money.
When they can go to Planet Fitness for $10. The reason she goes to Equinox is probably to meet rich guys because that's where those guys are. Does he not watch She-Ra? Like, there is a reason why she remembers you, but you don't remember her. It's because you're a target. Anyway, the rest of the conversation is really boring, so let's just skip to the end.
Let's check out the balcony.
Yep.
Come. In this point, guys, I will have the girl right behind me. And then, as she gets more and more comfortable and relaxed, I tell her to give me a kiss on my neck.
Now he's showing a website where you can pay $12 to $20 a month for this grade A advice. Who would pay this guy to teach them game? Actually, judging by this page where you can see that nobody has reviewed the product, it looks like people aren't buying this course, and he wasn't smart enough to have his friends write fake reviews. And I guess this is different from the private coaching service that he sells, to which, is such a scam that I couldn't even find out what the price was. I had to give them all sorts of personal information, and they legit would not tell me how much this coaching service costs until they get me into a sales call, so you know it's expensive and not worth it. He sells his coaching service like it's a bad timeshare. Not only that, but...
So, to summarize this entire video, he's a rich loser. He's a brokey.
But before the sales call, Bismarck has you watch a several-minute video that basically says, seriously, you should pay me a ridiculous amount of money for this course that I will only tell you the price of after you put a significant time investment into it, so you'll be far less likely to say no when I price gouge you. Now, the funny thing about all this is that this chick that he used in the prior video is almost certainly paid to be interested in him, and he still screws up the conversation. Here she is in a different video helping him sell the course.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
How was the date?
I didn't go on a date.
No?
No, I came to see you instead.
Wow. Hey, this is why the girl didn't show up for the date. She came to see me. If you're a guy that's tired of being flaked on, you're tired of setting dates with women, and it doesn't go anywhere, I got a free ebook for you called Flake Proof Formula.
And that's not the only video that he's used her for. Here's another Instagram video where he paid her to tell his followers that they need to waste their money on his penis enlargement scam. Then you have this moment in the comments where Bismarck upvotes someone calling her a prostitute. So not only will this guy scam his followers, but he's not even loyal to his own employees. But more importantly, I'm sick of all the alpha male, masculinity, relationship advice. There's like 1 million of these channels and podcasts out there now. The advice is trash for people who actually want to develop stable, long-term relationships, and at least 90% of these channels...
The advice is trash. Very simple. Because when we look at those podcasts, who do these podcasts invite? They do invite either hyper-successful women or sex workers. Where it's like, this is not the average woman. This does not make any sense. And the dudes they invite, same thing. Either hyper-successful or also porn stars. That is why they like it's just one huge scam. It makes no sense.
And podcasts are just scamming and taking advantage of weak men and porn addicts to sell them supplements or some bullshit overpriced coaching session that will not actually help them.
There's not that many role models who aren't either A, liars, B, pieces of shit behind the camera, or C, so inconsistent and hypocritical that it makes it impossible for you to really consider what they're saying for longer than a few months at a time.
And by not helping the guys who watch them, I mean that the manosphere alpha male types are literally the most undateable people that quite often describe themselves as abusive and or controlling partners in their personal relationships. Most importantly, none of their rhetoric focuses on what people are actually looking for, which is developing a connection with somebody. Sex is cool and all, but it's not the only thing in a relationship, despite people like Bismarck behaving as if it is.
You spent 4 years with this girl who didn't even let you smash, and she left you for some bullshit. You got nothing out of this. You didn't even improve your sex game. You got nothing. You didn't even get no experience.
Again, seriously, why would anyone listen to this guy for long-term relationship advice? Obviously, Cody was getting something out of that relationship, which is why he wanted her back. But the thing people are primarily looking for when it comes to happiness is connection. Sex is great, having lots of money is great too, but these things will not truly make you happy. Having a life purpose and having good relationships is what actually makes people happy. And I mean that these things are so important that you will become mentally ill if you don't have them, and how you fix quite a lot of mental illness is by finding life purpose and by fostering good relationships. It's a
Okay. Okay. I guess I have mental illness.
core piece of addiction treatment, by the way. And all this is why I say that the things that the manosphere creators are teaching are going to result in people being less happy, because all those creators do is teach a bunch of antisocial behaviors. So if you're having trouble in life, these are the areas that you need to work on. Find a purpose and go outside and find some good relationships.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Anyway, thanks for watching.
An unholy long video, but that was a good video. All I have to say is I may not be able to find another partner again, but at least I know how to run a successful relationship. That's all I need to say. I'm gonna jump into one last video, and it's gonna be this one. Wait a second, it's gonna be this one. This is a Sydney Watson video. I watch a lot of Sydney Watson videos because they're usually fairly enjoyable. Also, she makes amazing faces sometimes. So yeah, I'll jump into this one last video and then I will end stream. But yeah, let's jump into this. The most unhinged debate I've seen in a while by Sydney Watson. Let's get into it. Whoop.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna take this chair. Look at that.
Hey, Ben.
Like a bro, my friend. All right.
How's it going?
Let's break open
first
a beer or
question, can men get pregnant?
Men cannot get
Men cannot get pregnant. Sorry to break it to you.
pregnant.
Yep, this is going to go exactly how you think it's going to go. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by Fume. And also, just a couple quick things from me. In some very exciting news, I have finally put together and designed some Hell Gondola merch, so that's what this little guy is. Look how cute he is. These shirts are embroidered, so I did that with the hope of them lasting quite a long time, and they also come with text on the Jubilee. Have been doing this fun series where they put a right-winger, or the conservative of some description, in a circle of liberals and let them debate. I am air quoting debate because if you guys have watched one of these videos, you know that that's not what this is, like, at all. And they
this isn't really debating, so pretty much how this usually goes is the Republican in the middle, the conservative in the middle is usually debating, and the liberal is losing their shit, start screaming, and consider that a W. That's usually how these go.
Usually devolve into the human embodiment of a rectal exam. It's not great. Now, at this point, I'm sure many of you have come into contact with the clips from the latest episode in the series that involved our friend Ben Shapiro, also known on this channel as Benny Shap.
Really fantastic.
Benny Shap? What the fuck? Also, our friend, I don't know, is he?
Benny Boy was sat in the middle of 25 self-professed Kamala supporters, and it went about how you'd expect.
Pleasure to meet you.
I've got a vagina. Yes, but like, why do you hold that definition? Like, would you not like assume like something like a C-section would be considered an abortion?
What does this even mean? These people really freak me out when they.
I did not comprehend a word. I did not comprehend a single fucking word.
Comment because they're the same people who insist that men can be women.
We made this one up.
Now, I watched this entire video. All 1 hour and 40 minutes of it. Julie, because I hate myself, and also because I wanted to weigh in on a couple of the interactions.
I've got a vagina.
Having done enough of these discussions and debates myself on Vice, Jubilee, Dr. Phil, etc., I always come away from these videos with the same perception, that meaningful conversation and true debate are dead and most left.
Oh god, this is gonna be one of those. Yes, the people with no experience are always with the best advice, usually. Damn, merch is always the same. Please, anything but shirts. Yeah, she also has tea. She also does tea. She has her own tea company, so it can't be that mad.
Leftists on these episodes are certifiably unwell.
You're literally a white woman from Australia. You live in a bubble and you're pissed that voices that have been silenced forever finally can be heard.
Huh. I wonder how Jingle Jangles is doing.
Of course, it's from.
Oh, what are you? The main villain? Final boss? What the hell?
Anyway, this particular Jubilee video confirms my existing perspective all over again. I mean, really, if these 25 people are the best that the left has to offer, we will in fact be living in communes before we know it. I mean...
And you go, take care, dear. Take care of whatever you need to do.
The first guy to even speak to Ben gets in the chair, then makes a statement about how everyone is standing on stolen land, then proceeds to just talk and say very little while Benny Shapp looks at him like,
"We do not fully understand what causes Alzheimer's disease."
So yeah, you know, first.
What is that? What the fuck is that? What is this hat? Take care. Jesus.
First of all, we're standing on stolen indigenous Tongva land, right? This is.
Are you moving anytime
indigenous
soon?
land?
Dude, no.
I say this with all sincerity, but most of the participants here look like they're on the verge of an actual mental breakdown. But you want to know what won't cause you to have an actual mental breakdown? The sponsor of today's video, Fume. Let me tell you, there are many questionable ways of stopping your bad habit. There are apparent and
Second ad, Sydney! The first and the second! What the hell? I hope there's not a third one.
very obvious very quickly in this situation too is that the majority of participants don't seem particularly interested in having a meaningful conversation at all. They want to take the opportunity to pontificate, or they want to simply scream at a conservative.
No, the yelling is the key. What don't you understand about what I'm saying to you? Yelling is the key.
It's like, what you—
Yeah, yelling is the key. They yell and then they think they win. I sound mad, I'm not. Oh, what are you talking about? Okay, anything after one ad is too much. Yeah. I mean, she needs that money. Probably. I don't know.
watching a collective unfolding of daddy issues. They can't scream at their dad during Thanksgiving, so they'd scream at Ben Shapiro instead. It's like one big unintentional trauma dump.
All of us are struggling, and you want to focus on trans people.
You've been going
white supremacy just fall apart the way that it is.
I also think it's worth noting, and this will surprise none of you, but angry outbursts and aggression during this debate was applauded by everyone else. And seemingly, the handful of people who were respectful got turfed extremely.
It didn't show up, dang it. What the hell? Wouldn't it usually? I don't know what's going on with chat. It's weird. It's weird. YouTube chat doing YouTube things. Maybe I'll have like some censorship on still. I thought I turned everything off, but it doesn't seem like it.
Extremely early on, essentially giving the unhinged participants the most amount of time. Oh yeah, actually something else.
Oh, so probably deleted it because you threw in like all caps. That is not my style of videos that I usually watch, which is why I'm probably not going to watch it. Also, after this one, I'll end stream because this is already like, yeah. If a person uses aggression for disagreement, the other person will not want to hear the other person out. Obviously, makes sense, right? If you want to have a debate, it needs to be civil. If it's not civil, well, there's realistically no point. Because, like, if you're not civil, I'm not going to be civil.
This episode works by letting the 25 Kamala people vote speakers out of the debate chair. So if someone was talking and then a bunch of people raise these red flags that they have, and then the majority of them raise their red flags, well, that person then gets, voted out, basically. They get to have their little communist moment, I guess. So after watching this whole thing, I basically have arrived at the conclusion that basically all political discussion is reduced down to these stupid, super clippable, viral moments that apparently demonstrate that someone wins and someone loses. Which would explain some of the participants doing victory laps online, saying that they beat Ben Shapiro.
Bro did not beat Ben Shapiro. Bro literally just, did not let him talk whatsoever. Not even a little bit.
Which is just, there's no way that Ben Shapiro, who does this for a living, is losing to people who look like this. Okay? This is probably what starts happening to your appearance when you start believing that microaggressions are a real thing, and probably start injecting heroin. I don't know. There's
Yeah, thumbs up is a microaggression. or just like okay. Just like an O and a K. Also, seems is a microaggression.
this dork, and dork, just by the way, is a completely underrated insult. I love this word. Anyway, there's this dork called Guy who tweeted that Ben Shapiro got flustered when I matched his energy and pushed back on everything. This is his version of Ben Shapiro looking flustered.
For immigration.
So
This
you're
is how
saying
it's been.
Border Patrol is failing then to screen these people properly? Is
I mean,
that
that
the
is-
accusation you're making?
I'm making the case that Border Patrol certainly is failing.
How do you know
because
that? Because you talked to a couple Border...
How dare you, Raven? How dare you? You're cancelled. I'm canceling you on Twitter. Also, when I looked through my follower list, I saw what you had in your bio. How dare you? How dare you calling me that? Women.
Border Patrol agents? You know,
No,
that is so
because
insulting to our Border Patrols fighting every day on the front lines.
No,
You
because-
think they're not screening these
No,
people
because-
and they're being bamboozled by some people's claiming asylum?
Look at him winning! He's winning so much he doesn't even let Ben talk. Great.
And tricking them?
No, because literally today, the FBI announced that an Afghan national was let in without vetting and tried to plan a terrorist attack on
One
election
guy!
day.
It'll be great.
My guy, you're just interrupting him a bunch and being really rude. How is this a win? This conversation and section of the video actually goes on for quite a while compared to some of the other people who were debating Ben, but the one thing that I will say about this interaction is that it was very clear that our friend Guy had zero interest
Oh yeah, and what were you testing? What were you testing?
in actually having any sort of meaningful conversation with Ben Shapiro, and he spent the entire time being very sarcastic, very smug, and very, very, very unpleasant to watch. And I really don't want you guys to get me wrong here when I'm saying these things, because I'm not making these comments about these people to be horrible to them or to, you know, pick apart what they're saying just for the sake of it. If they were making good points and they were making logical points and they were behaving appropriately in this context, I would give credit where credit is due. You guys hopefully know that about me by now. But that's just not what's happening here. These people seem...
It's just not happening at all. This is just all of these are just like not even debates. It's just like who lets the person not talk. You are a liar. That you only checked my account 2 times. I hear BS. I didn't check it, but if you check your follower list and you were still in my, I think, top 5 recent, I see your bio as well, right? Because I tried to remove bots, right? I tried to have an organic follower list. So as long as you come up, I see that.
I'm so interested in just doing and saying things that are antagonistic enough to get a reaction so they can clip these moments and
Your account is private. There's nothing to stalk.
post them on social media. And honestly, I get it because I too am a social media person, but this is not how you establish having a meaningful, decent exchange of ideas. Because realistically, and I guess that we all should have probably noticed this, or maybe I should have noticed this from the outset, these people being Kamala supporters mean that they're progressive. They're not just liberal, they're not just center-left, they are progressive. So there's very little that Ben Shapiro is going to have in common with them. And this guy called Guy, he makes me want to use a slur. This other dork called Dean...
I mean... Fuck it, just use the slur. Just use the slur.
said, I demolished Ben Shapiro on abortion in Jubilee's new video. They edited it out of the final production. I'm a little sad.
Right now, they have jobs commensurate with their education. It's called sitting out on the street doing nothing with your life because you're a bunch of liberal arts morons. You got a degree in queer dance theory.
We don't really have time here to get into Dean
A
and...
degree in queer dance theory? That's interesting. You know what's a really useless degree? What I'm gonna say straight up, what's a really useless degree? An arts degree. Really fucking useless. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing to look at. Why would I look at that specifically now? There's no benefit from gaining that, huh? That makes no sense, woman.
His wonderful contributions to the world of online commentary, but I thought instead we can look at how many times he used the word modality.
A modality of DEI? This is another modality of DEI. Here in this certain modality.
Lastly, you have a bunch of people suggesting that this girl gagged Ben Shapiro.
It's just not my thing. I mean, I think there's a reason why many of these women will die single and alone.
There's an additional little observation I want to make here, and this girl, I think, does a great job exhibiting this. These people typically will use a lot of big words that they just stack together one on top of the other to form.
They just form a big word salad, so like you first of all have to like uncover all of this and untangle all of this to like even make sense of it. It's just like it's like a tactic where you just like talk to a lot of people, like you talk fast, you throw in a lot of words and like complicated words. So first of all, you have to keep up with the pace. Second of all, you need to untangle everything, and third of all, they're usually also very aggressive about it. I think the more useful degree would be gender studies. Yeah, a gender studies degree obviously would be absolutely useless. But like from like the good, like the quote unquote useful art degrees, art degree is one of the most useless.
Form a sentence, but that sentence doesn't actually say anything. This is another really annoying trend that takes place during these discussions, and typically it's that people will try to use big and fancy sounding words to make their point, thinking that it makes them sound smarter, but in actuality, it just turns into a word salad. On a serious note, one of the biggest things that I'm going to say about communication is that it is perfectly fine to use reasonable, common sounding words to make your point. It doesn't diminish your point, it actually just means that you're probably going to be better understood. It is perfectly fine to communicate using regular, everyday, normal language. Not this try-hard academic flim-flam.
We don't have to do it systematically, but fundamentally there is an issue with the fact that...
Not gonna lie, I wish some of these people would flim-flam themselves into the sun. But perhaps one of the worst moments
This is the worst one, okay? Prepare. This is the worst one. Prepare yourself. This is the worst one. I've seen the clips of this one specifically. This is the worst one.
This debate happened between this trans-identified individual and Benny Shapp. This person, who is female, transitioned to a male, and took this opportunity to speak for several minutes uninterrupted, and this is something, really, that is very interesting to behold. I was also led to believe that this position is quite hard for men to sit in, on account of the, testicles.
Yeah. It's doable, but I think it's yeah. I think you can do it, pull it off as a man, but it'd be rather uncomfortable. I still think Jaden used the Mr. Beast money wastefully. Yeah, she did, because she used it on art degrees. I wish the guy who would have used it for schools would have won it, actually. Also, I don't really like Jaden because she's disrespectful to Christians and only apologized after getting her ass beat on Twitter.
This person starts off by asking Ben a series of yes, no, but confusing and unrelated questions. So I'm going to let some of this interaction play uninterrupted so that you guys can get a feel for precisely what he was dealing with and what I'm judging incredibly hard. Hello, it is Editing Sydney from the future here with a little bit of bad news. I did, in fact, intend to show you this clip in its entirety, or at least as much as I could, but unfortunately the 2 times that I have uploaded it to YouTube, it has gotten copyright claimed by Jubilee, I suppose because this is the part that most people are interested in. Whatever, I have applied my little tricks and whatnot to it to try to not have it flag in the system, but it keeps doing it. So instead, what I recommend you guys do is go and watch the original video, which I will link in the description box for you. I'll see if I can get any additional little bits and pieces in here from this, but it's not looking very good. So just wanted to let you guys know, sorry, past Sydney, we tried and we failed. Now, due to the fact—
Damn it! Damn it! Is it in the description? How big is it? It's just a small part. It's the whole Jubilee. Nah, I'm not looking at the whole Jubilee video.
fact that Jubilee keep copyright claiming this no matter how many times I upload it to YouTube, I'm just going to tell you what's going on. So at first, this individual, whose name is Shane, asks if men can get pregnant. Ben says no. Then Shane asks Ben if men experience sexual assault. Again, he says yes. Then
Yeah, men can get pregnant. Men can experience sexual assault. Yeah. I would agree on that.
Shane asks, what about the existence of trans men, as basically a statement? Ben is confused because there's absolutely no real question here. Then this person asks Ben if he benefits from white supremacy, before launching into a long rant about being a trans-identified individual. Benny Shapp seemed to quickly realize that all this person really wanted to do was shout at him. In the next segment, I wanted to show you—
You know, transitioning to a man and still arguing like a woman is one of the comments I read, and it might be actually quite accurate.
Shane criticizes Ben for jumping across subjects and speaking so fast. Shane says, I know how you work, so how does it feel to have it in your face? The audience claps and Shane starts again, saying, I'm sick and tired of the crap you put against my community. Shane then references how Ben uses trans people as a pawn but doesn't actually care about them, before shouting, why not focus on the economy? The rest of this gets really unhinged, so I recommend watching it for yourselves.
It's like, you argue that Republicans use you as a scapegoat, but then at the same time, Democrats use you as voter bait. Like, that's all they care about at the same time, that you vote for them, nothing else matters. So they don't care about you either, but you're ignoring that fact.
Because this is really, really, really a wild ride. Now, I like to think that I'm a reasonably intelligent individual, at least like, you know, maybe like a lukewarm 7, 8 for intelligence. But this person made not a single coherent thought out of the many, many, many words that were articulated.
So pretty much like everything you said was so dumb that everyone in this room right now just got even dumber.
And honestly, jokes aside, I actually find it really gross and unprofessional how nobody from Jubilee's team stepped in earlier to basically say, yo, this is not okay. Like, keep it civil or get out of the chair. But with that said, the genuinely hilarious thing here is that a bunch of left-wing writers and outlets apparently watched this clip, and their takeaway was to do a victory lap. Again, running headlines like, how Ben Shapiro was silenced by Harris-supporting trans man. Right-wing pundit Ben Shapiro eviscerated by trans man's questions on surrounded debate show. What is wrong with you, dude? Ben Shapiro gets utterly destroyed trying to debate Kamala Harris voters. Sorry, did I miss the getting destroyed part? Where is it? Did I miss it? I think anyone with a functioning brain, regardless if they lean more to the left or to the right, would not watch really any moment from this episode and think, yes, that's a win. I think what's being demonstrated instead is that this is a group of people who are quite mentally unwell.
They are a group of people that got fed the propaganda for so long that, like, they can see, what's the wording? They can see the forest because of all the trees, pretty much, like along that lines. I don't know how it translates to English, but yeah, they're just like feeding on this, and like they're never gonna stop. You will not be able to then do this in this generation, the next one, or the next one.
and don't know how to regulate their own emotions. And they expect us to take their views and opinions on board in a meaningful way when they're communicating them through smugness, sarcasm, and just outright aggression and disrespect. Regardless if you love or hate Ben Shapiro, he sat opposite every person that debated him and treated them with respect and decency. The thing is, I actually believe we need to get back to having conversations, but the sort that are open and honest, where both parties are actually coming to the table willing to exchange ideas, not willing to do whatever this is.
Pleasure to meet you.
And to reiterate an earlier point, I know that these videos are entertaining because of the conflict and disagreements, but
There's a difference between like disagreements and flat out disrespect, and a lot of this in this episode was just disrespect. I think there's a problem on like both sides. There's a problem on both sides where there's a group of people that do not want to talk with the other side. However, you do need discourse to like create a functional government. That's just how it is. And I see the Republican side being more ready to do so than the Democrats. But that's just my feeling.
these debates, as they so often are called, have exclusively turned into fodder for traffic-hungry
Yes, respect, such a rare thing, truly.
Producers and participants looking for viral clips and moments, and none of this is conducive to an honest conversation. So,
also, can I just say, let me go back, can I just say that you either had the option to be a woman, or you did it like this guy and transitioned to like a Walmart version of John Tron. I don't know. This person just like transitioned from a fat white chick to a fat white guy. It's just interesting to see.
Clips and moments, and none of this is conducive to an honest conversation.
And then he also behaved like some wannabe man. Like, his entire behavior was like the caricature of what a man should act like. It is really weird and it's really off-putting.
So ultimately, while these videos are in fact frustratingly entertaining to watch, they really don't fill me with any degree of confidence. But if you want to watch them for the sheer purpose of having a laugh, I definitely think that you should do that. And in the end, I definitely think Benny Shap took one for the team by participating in this, and maybe next time Jubilee will take the time to include a couple more saner people. Now on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Fume using the link in the description.
Sydney! This is the fourth ad!
When you buy a journey pack. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Have you actually watched the episode of Ben?
I only saw clips. I didn't see any, I didn't see the full episode, and thank God I didn't. I wouldn't want to look like a man. I'm good. Not in that way. I mean, trans. Just like I wouldn't want to look like a trans woman. Because usually it doesn't, not even close to, looking like a woman. Not even close sometimes. Oftentimes. Also, again, I don't think a man can be a woman can be a man. I don't believe that. Now, you can do it. You can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. I won't criticize you. But that's just my belief. But yeah, that was fun. That was fun to see how unhinged this really got. Because some of the things I didn't see. But let me switch to this screen. Let me actually lower the volume in general so I can turn on some music. Yeah, that'll be it for today. I had a lot of fun. And I'll be back tomorrow with in complete full freshness and not a little sickly. But yeah, that'll be it for today's stream. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe. And yeah, take care.